Great, thank you. Good morning, everyone. This is the Joint Standing Committee on Health Coverage, Insurance, and Financial Services. And we are gathered this morning for a presentation from the executive branch regarding some of the plans for the ARP funds that are related to small group health insurance. And then for a public hearing on a governor's bill that was referenced to our committee yesterday, followed by three other public hearings that we had noticed earlier, and then a couple of work sessions that will likely take place after lunch. So that's our roadmap for today. So we will start with committee introductions, starting with Representative Arford. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning. I am Poppy Arford. I represent House District 49, which is the western part of Brunswick.
And Representative Matheson.
Morning, everybody. My name is Christy Matheson. I'm from District 1, Kittery.
Representative Quint. Sorry, something popped up over my screen. Representative Quint, go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Tracy Quint, and I represent House District 144, which includes, here we go, Amity, Bancroft, Benedicta, Cary, Glenwood, Haynesville, Hodgson, Holton, Macwahock, Molunkus, Orient, Silver Ridge, South Aroostook, and Weston. Thank you.
Thank you. And Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Richard Evans, and I represent House District 120, including the towns of Atkinson, Brownville, Dover, Foxcroft, Medford, Milo, Orneville Township, and Lakeview Plantation.
Great. Representative Blyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Mark Blyer, represent District 22, which is Leamington and part of Buxton, Standish, and Limerick.
Representative Brooks.
Good morning. My name is Heidi Brooks. I represent House District 61, which is part of Lewiston.
Representative Melrano.
Good morning. My name is Gina Melrano. I represent House District 62, which is part of Auburn.
Representative Morris.
Yes, good morning. And my name is Representative Joshua Morris. I represent House District 75, which is Turner, Leeds, and Livermore.
Senator Brenner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Stacy Brenner. I represent all of the residents of Senate District 30, which includes part of Buxton, most of Scarborough, and all of Gorham, which has 5 miles of the Mountain Division Trail.
All right. And I'm Heather Sanborn. I represent Senate District 28, which is half of Portland and half of Westbrook. And so we are going to get started right away this morning with a presentation. And I think Commissioner Head is going to start. Is that right, Colleen? Great. So we'll bring her in. And I think we have slides to share. So I'll leave that up to you and her, Colleen, to proceed. Good morning.
Good morning, Senator Sanborn and members of the committee. I'm Ann Head. I'm here today to give you an overview of one part of the American Rescue Plan Act funding of approximately $4.5 billion designated for Maine. Of that 4.5, approximately 3.2 billion has already been earmarked for various parts of our economy and various groups within the state. So my focus today, I thought it would be best to focus on the balance of those ARP funds, which is 1.13 billion that has been allocated to Maine. And the governor has issued her Maine Jobs and Recovery Plan, and this is a proposal to. We can go right on to the next page. This is a proposal that has three goals. The first is immediate recovery from the pandemic. The second is long-term economic growth in Maine. And the third component is infrastructure revitalization. So the Maine Jobs and Recovery Plan is a component of the funds provided by the American Rescue Plan Act. So going to the next page, I wanted to very briefly, and this is right now, this is a very high level representation of the goals and the amounts that have been, preliminarily assigned to each of these items. So the first goal is to drive economic growth and recovery. The total of that pot of money is $260 million. And as you see on this page, there are various components of that funding. So it provides $80 million for recovery grants and loan guarantees. The second, investment in heritage industries in Maine, and that includes agriculture, infrastructure and processing, forest products processing and infrastructure, and seafood facilities development. The next component is a plan to lower healthcare costs for small businesses in the amount of $39 million. And that is the second presentation you'll hear today from Superintendent Chapa and Beth Bosang. So I won't go any further on that because you'll hear in detail what that is designed to do. Next, replenish the unemployment trust fund, $80 million. Next is to sustain new businesses and entrepreneurs, $8 million. And then to encourage business diversity, that's a separate program at $3 million. So that's the first goal, driving economic recovery from the pandemic. The second goal is to achieve long-term economic growth for Maine people. And a total of about $305 million is set aside or identified for the following investments. To make strategic investments in future prosperity would include jump-starting innovation, and that would include critical opportunity areas and targeted sectors and exports. Then we have launch health workforce initiative, $15 million, create clean energy partnerships, and establish a domestic trade program. All of that to make strategic investments in future activity by the state. The next page is a continuation of long-term growth, and that includes attracting, expanding and strengthening Maine's workforce. This is a big issue. We've discussed it in several of our committees, and this will put money toward attracting and retaining workers, expanding the Maine Career Exploration Program, creating the Remote Worker Welcome Program, training workers through Maine CTEs and career training education is CTE, and higher education systems. Advancing equity is a component of that, and we need to connect workers to job opportunities. The next item is regulatory reform, increasing licensing efficiency. I'd like to say I had something to do with that, but that is strictly targeted to the Department of DEP, environmental protection. That $8 million will be used to upgrade the systems in DEP to more closely track their work process. That is, so that's the $305 million. The third and final goal is infrastructure revitalization. And in this part of the Maine Recovery, Jobs and Recovery Plan, there's an effort to build out family infrastructure, which includes establishing the broadband creating the main connectivity authority to achieve broader broadband coverage for 150 million. Some set aside money for more affordable housing for Maine's workforce. Save money through energy efficiency, $50 million, and to expand childcare and early childhood infrastructure at 20 million. Next is transportation. We need to start fixing Maine's roads and bridges through the 2021 capital work plan, $50 million. Protect the infrastructure through from climate change through various initiatives there. Launching a workforce transportation pilot program, $5 million. And expand municipal and public electric vehicle charging stations at 8 million. Continued on the next page, where we want to invest in outdoor recreation and marine resources by upgrading Maine State Parks at 50 million, bolstering fisheries and wildlife infrastructure, 20 million, and improve fishing industry infrastructure and monitoring for 16 million. And then supporting essential drinking and wastewater projects that need attention, 25 million for each of these, ensuring the safety of drinking water and repairing wastewater infrastructure that desperately needs that work. And the end of, on page 8, this is continued infrastructure revitalization by facilitating energy needs, by creating interconnection grants at 8 million and modernizing and upgrading government systems, accessibility, and cyber protections at 50 million. Proposal also includes 20 million to cover administration and deployment of these funds. So in a nutshell, and I'm really here today in case you have questions. I'm certainly not the person to answer them about Maine Jobs and Recovery Plan, but I've been asked to make sure that I collect any questions and provide them to the people who can respond and then get back to the committee. It's a lot to take in. The other document that I did provide gives you more detail on the American Recovery Plan funding in a bit more detail, but I thought this was really the discretionary funding from ARP is really the governor's proposal. And these goals and initiatives were taken largely from two sources, the governor's Economic Recovery Committee recommendations and the 10-year economic development plan that the DECD has worked on. So clearly, this doesn't give you any specific information if you have an interest in any of these initiatives, but I'm happy to take your questions, make sure they are responded to, and if there's anything I can provide now, I'm happy to, but really, this is what I know. There will be other meetings and discussions of this plan, so I'm sure that information will be provided by the governor's office at the appropriate time. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Head, for that overview. Questions? Representative Bleier, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Head, for being here. Just a quick question. And so you talked about broadband and some municipality type of funding. All the funding that's coming forward, are these all going to be grants where the competitive grant writers will have to try to get resources, or is the governor or the state going to just allocate funds, disperse it amongst the communities? How is the funding mechanism going to work? How are communities going to get the funding?
That's a great question, and I will talk to Heather Johnson, my colleague, and provide an answer to that, as well as checking with the governor's staff on that. Thank you for that question, and I will get back to you.
Thank you.
All right. Are there any additional questions for Commissioner Head? Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner, for that presentation. And you may not be able to answer this, but I'm just curious. What if a local municipality is not willing to accept funds? Has that been a part of the discussion?
I can't answer that, but I hope that doesn't happen, but I will certainly check on that and get right back to you.
Yeah, I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Arford. You're on mute.
Yeah, thank you so much for being here with us today, Commissioner Head, and thank you, Madam Chair, for recognizing me. Quick question on, I think it's the goal 1 slide and the goal 2 slide. You have 2 mentions there to healthcare. The first is lower healthcare costs for small businesses, and the second is launch health workforce initiatives. Is that in line with the 10-year economic plan or any other resource documents that we could go to get further information on the specifics of either of those 2 items?
We're about to have a presentation on the specifics of one of those items, like as soon as we finish questions for Commissioner Head. So hang tight. We're about to get all the specifics on the small business.
And I will get back to you on the second initiative that you referenced on goal 2. So I will come back with that.
Thank you very much.
Representative Matheson.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Head, for presenting this information. Obviously, the devil's in the details, and I've been reading through a lot of information on how these allocations are going to be stipulated, but I'm just curious, in the 1 line item of build a more affordable housing for Maine's workforce, can we get some clarification on that, what that means and where affordable housing comes in? And if anything in here, is there anything in mental health, behavioral health support, and is there anything in this initiative that covers food insecurities? I just don't see those words, so I'm just curious.
I will certainly check on those items and respond as quickly as I can.
Representative Quinn.
Yes, I just had a question about one of the slides. It said it was $20 million administration, and I'm just wondering if there is a breakdown or allocation of that, and if it's creating full-time positions or platforms that will need to be funded afterwards, because that seems like a pretty large amount of money. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Representative Quinn, which goal were you talking about?
It was just on one of the slides. It said $20 million was for administration. It was towards the end of what you were saying.
Oh, yes. Okay. Yes, I will get a breakdown of that.
Thank you so much.
Will do.
Are there any additional questions for Commissioner Head? All right. So seeing none, we are going to turn now, I think, to maybe both Beth Bosang and Superintendent Chapa. I think we'll bring them both in. And Superintendent, sorry, Commissioner, do you want to stay with us as well, or would you want to go? She disappeared. She's not apparently staying with us. Commissioner, let us know by raising your hand if you'd like to remain on the panel as well during the presentation from the superintendent and Ms. Bosang. Yes, great. We'll pull all three of you
All three
back
back.
in.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can help with that. So.
All right, perfect. Thank you, Colleen. I'm trying not to move people because if I move people, then they get moved in both directions potentially at the same time. All right.
I think everybody's coming, hopefully.
All right. Yep, it looks like it.
Yeah.
Great.
Great. And I can pull up slides whenever anybody tells me to. So
perfect.
Give me a heads up when I should pull the slides up.
Okay, great. Welcome, Superintendent and Ms. Bozang, and you guys have the floor. Go ahead.
Wonderful. Good to see everyone. Good morning. Senator Sanborn, members of the Committee on Health Coverage, Insurance, and Financial Services. I'm Beth Bozang, a Senior Policy Advisor in Governor Mills' office. And I want to thank Commissioner Head for that broad overview that she gave of the new federal funding, and particularly how we're going to use that in the Maine Jobs and Recovery Plan. And to thank Superintendent Chapa for joining me now for this discussion. Just hearing your questions reminds me of the breadth of the topics that we have to cover, and of the investments that we have an opportunity to make together to shore so many things up for the state of Maine going into the future. But we're here this morning to talk to you about, comparatively a small piece of that, but a piece that we think is really significant and exciting and needed, and one that we believe is of particular interest to your committee. So we welcome this opportunity to share more about this plan. So Colleen, if you'd be willing to bring up our slides, please. And we can go right to the first substantive slide. So as this committee is already keenly aware, assistance with the cost of small business health insurance is strongly needed here in Maine. The number of people in this market has been declining while the costs have been rising. Between 2017 and 2020, small group membership has dropped by 18%, while premiums during that same time have risen by 33%. And of course, during the pandemic, everyone's been hit hard in the state, but small businesses, particularly so. In those early months of the COVID-19 pandemic, about 55% of small businesses had to close. The pandemic has caused a delay in the Made for Maine Coverage Act. We've talked with this committee about fairly extensively. And that is the longer term structural proposal that we have in the law to stabilize premiums and lower costs for small businesses by merging the markets into a larger pool and extending the federally subsidized reinsurance to small business to lower those premiums. So we've delayed that in part because of the pandemic, in part because of some new developments at the federal level that we think are opportunities. So we're committed to taking the next year to reviewing how we can maximize those opportunities to shore up our small group market. But in the meantime, next slide, please. We've taken a good look at the American Rescue Plan, and within that, there's assistance for large employers through supports for additional extensions of COBRA and additional supports for COBRA, as well as for individuals who get their health coverage in the individual marketplace through enhanced advanced premium tax credits, as well as a longer open enrollment period. But what there isn't within ARP is anything directed at the for small businesses to help with their insurance costs, and specifically for the small group market. So we've taken a look, and of that, as Commissioner Head described, there's, amongst this large group of funding, there's funds that are directly for specific items from the federal government, and then just about 1.3 billion for the state that I call discretionary, but it has some pretty, we've just got the guidelines from Treasury, and they're, it is for specific purposes. But we looked and we found language that says for this state funding, we can use it to respond to the public health emergency with respect to COVID-19 or its negative economic impacts, including assistance to households, small businesses, and nonprofits, or aid impacted industries such as tourism, travel, and hospitality. So, we're still interpreting that federal Treasury guidance, but we believe that language there is what supports our proposal that I'm going to describe to you next. So next slide, please. So with these ARP funds, we've developed the main jobs and recovery plan described by Commissioner Head, and then a proposal within that plan is the main small business health cost relief proposal. In this proposal, it would be a bridge. It's designed to cover that time period until the Made for Maine Health Coverage Act is fully implemented. Our proposal would provide $39 million from that state funding and provide that to small group health insurance carriers for premium assistance to those small employers and employees. It would reduce the amount the carriers charge small businesses and their workers, helping maintain coverage as they struggle to pay bills related to the pandemic. And I just have to say, for those small businesses that have been able to maintain that coverage through this difficult time, that's been extremely challenging, we recognize, but so important as everybody deals with the insecurities of the health consequences of the pandemic. And it'll also help those small businesses invest in their business, reinvest in their business as we try to recover from the consequences of the pandemic. So next slide, please. So how this is designed to work, it's actually a fairly straightforward proposal, and it's for a limited time for relief. It would provide small group health carriers a fixed amount per covered life to lower how much those small businesses and their workers have to pay for health insurance. The monthly premium payment would be lowered by $50 per covered employee per month, with an additional discount that we're working on figuring out if it's based on family coverage. And we calculated that $50 as being comparable to the average amount of the temporary relief that is being provided now to individuals who get their coverage through the health insurance marketplace. The savings then would be split between the employer and the covered employee or their family by whatever shares of the total premium the employer and employee would otherwise pay. So on that percent basis, if that's how it's done, or if it's done in other ways, we're willing to look at how to make that work. And we would say that employers would have discretion and the choice to, if they wanted to provide a greater share of this new assistance directly to their workers, they would have that option. So next slide, please. So more on how this would work, it would be administered by the Bureau of Insurance. They would provide financial support quarterly to all carriers who participate in the Maine small group market. I think there are 5 of them, beginning as early, potentially, as July 2021. It would be available through December 31st, 2022, and it would apply to current as well as new employees or dependents who may join over the course of this time period. It would also apply to small businesses that newly offer state-regulated small group coverage during this period. And we would expect that employers would treat this financial support the same way they do the medical loss ratio rebate for tax and related purposes. And while we think it is a fairly straightforward plan, to the extent there are administrative costs to the Bureau and to carriers, some of this funding could be used to cover that as well. Next slide, please. And a few more details on the anticipated mechanics. Small group carriers would share with the Bureau a worksheet with an estimated cost per quarter of implementing this proposal. And they would then reflect that premium relief on the invoices to their small group customers. They would agree to reporting on implementation of the financial support as required by the Bureau. They would be audited by the Bureau to ensure that appropriate discounts are being made to the small businesses and that those aren't simply recaptured through a premium increase. And finally, we would expect that they'd provide notice to each small business and worker or family, explaining this relief fund, its purpose, and that it's time limited support, so when it will end. Next slide, please. And finally, to close, this $39 million one-time relief proposal is part of a much broader collection of efforts that we're undertaking to support small business through economic recovery grants. We, the state and the federal government, of course, through the Paycheck Protection Program, more targeted relief that Commissioner Head began to talk about, that you'll hear more about probably in other venues from Commissioner Johnston. Other parts of the main jobs and recovery plan, again, that I know you had some good questions on that we're looking to present on in some other venues, but also part of broader efforts to make healthcare more affordable. Certainly Medicaid expansion, other insurance reforms that we did together with the legislature on day one with helping people with pre-existing conditions, the clear choice cost sharing simplification that we think is important, and the work that's underway that we think is going to be a tremendous help to the individual market with your help on the state-based marketplace. So that's a brief overview of our plan to help small businesses with their health insurance costs over the next year plus some months with, essentially this is modeled on, what they get on the small, the state-based marketplace, or what's to be the state-based marketplace. Tax credits, or in this case, it's premium supports for those employees who are paying for their health coverage and those businesses who are paying for their health coverage. So with that, I'm hoping that we can try to answer any questions and that Superintendent Chapa can fill in anything that I've missed and help me address the details, but that's the broad overview.
Thank you, Ms. Bozang. Our Superintendent Chapa, do you want to add anything?
No, I think Beth covered it quite well, and we're available to answer questions.
Okay. So are there questions from the committee for Ms. Bozang or the superintendent? Representative Matheson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much for the detailed and thorough presentation. Just a quick clarification. So it sounds like there will be potentially 5 carriers that would be eligible for this program currently, correct? That's my first question.
Yes.
Okay, great. And it looks like the maximum allowable decrease on invoices would be $50 per enrollee. Is that correct?
No, there'll be an additional amount for dependents, but we've done a data request to the carriers because we have to determine that amount to make sure we don't max out the 39 million. So that's an amount to be determined.
Okay, and Madam Chair, could I follow up just one more? Thank you. And I just wanted to make sure I understood. It sounds like this is not going to be a rebate to the enrollee. This is actually a decrease on their invoice, be it the employer or employee, correct?
A decrease in the invoice to the employer. We're still working out the details of how that will flow through to the employee share. We're still working out the details of that, but you're correct. It will be a decrease to the invoice.
Okay. And this is an 18-month program, it sounds like.
Correct.
Great. Thank you very much.
Representative Hartford.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for both of you participating in this presentation. I have had a couple constituents approach me through email or conversation regarding this plan and saying, it's wonderful, it's great, the assistance is appreciated, but they were wondering why the money was not going directly to the business or to the employee. Why the choice to send it directly to the insurance carrier? They were confused as to whether or not this was to support the insurance company or to support the employee. And again, it's clearly to support the employer and the employee, but for people in the public who don't have access to a lot of knowledge, information on this, I'm curious so that I can give them the correct answer, what the answer to that is.
That's a great question, Representative, and I will ask the superintendent to fill in, but essentially, absolutely, this is designed to be passed on to the small businesses and their employees, but to administer this amount of money in this amount of time, and to make sure that we can be accountable for this amount of money in this amount of time, we thought it made the most sense structurally to work to pass it through 5 carriers versus however many thousand potential small businesses and employees, and figuring out how to get that money to people quickly and reliably and with some accountability. We thought this structure would work. And I think, the Bureau has some experience administering, not the same thing, but, things like this, and was able to come up with a structure that could make it work. And I'll let the superintendent maybe fill in a little bit better, but thank you for that question. We understand the way, we've got things written in some places too, that's confusing to people. And we want to make sure that people understand that this is for premium support for small businesses and their employees.
Yeah, that was a very thorough answer, Representative. The only thing I would add is very similar to the APTC and the individual market on the exchange. It's a subsidy. It's a subsidy to the premium payer, but it flows through to the carrier, and we really need to characterize it in that manner because it's based on that concept. We know the bill the employer gets. That's a given now, so we can very easily audit it as well to make sure the money actually flows through, the discount actually flows through, the correct discount flows through to the employer.
Superintendent or Beth or Ms. Bosang, I wanted to sort of underscore another piece, I think, related to Representative Arford's question that gave me some confidence with regard to this, which is that the carriers have all filed or will have filed their rates for the entire 18-month period, I think before the program goes into effect. And so they wouldn't be able to, for example, increase all of their rates by $50 in order to then decrease them by $50, for example, or play those types of games, because the rate filings are already locked in some way. Superintendent, can you speak to the timing on that?
Well, right now they have current rates, and to the extent those rates are in effect, I mean, it's a little different than the individual market because it's not a fixed period for open enrollment. So rates, carriers offer the product throughout the year, and employers have their product that are not on a calendar year basis. For the rates that are in effect now, that's absolutely correct, and they'll be filing their rates shortly for the upcoming year. So, but we're prepared, my actuarial team is prepared to go over the rates and make sure that they don't reflect this subsidy, much like we do with the APTC. So it's a little bit of both. There are some prospective rates, but we're prepared to deal with that. But for the current rates, the current policies that are in effect, yes, you're right.
Okay. Are there any additional questions? Okay. Seeing none, I really appreciate your spending the time to get our full committee briefed on this. I know that Representative Tepler and I had questions about it, and I knew that the rest of our committee likely did as well. So thank you for your presentation. And seeing no further questions, we will move on to our public hearing this morning. And I think if the committee is okay with it, I am going to introduce my own bill, but also chair the hearing because it's actually governor's bill. And Representative Tepler can't be here this morning. She's at an appointment. So is the committee okay with that? Representative Morris, is it okay with you if I chair the hearing?
Yes, absolutely. That's fine.
Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, so we will open a public hearing on LD 1725. I haven't prepared written testimony as you might expect. This bill was literally just, I saw a draft of it on Tuesday, and then it was referenced to us yesterday, and we're hearing it today. And so I am going to have Superintendent Chapa give you more details about what it does. But I think the title pretty much says it all. It's a fairly straightforward and simple governor's bill that attempts to clarify the deferral of the pooled market and to link small employer coverage, small employer clear choice plans to the pooling of the market in the Made for Maine Health Coverage Act. So it would have the effect of delaying the implementation of the clear choice plan designs as they apply to small groups until such time as the small group and individual markets are merged. So clear choice plan designs would still go forward this fall during open enrollment for the individual market, but the small group plan designs would not be impacted or simplified under the clear choice rubric until some later date if and when the markets are pooled. So I think with that overview, I'm going to encourage everyone on the committee to take a peek at the bill itself while we are also listening to the superintendent's testimony. And I certainly answer any questions like maybe on the procedural side, but I'd rather leave any questions on the substantive or the policy questions to the superintendent. So are there any questions? Okay, seeing none, we'll invite Superintendent Chapa to give his testimony in favor of the bill. Good morning again, Superintendent. Please go ahead.
Good morning, and thank you, Senator Sanborn, for agreeing to sponsor this bill. Senator Sanborn, members of the committee, I am Superintendent of Insurance Eric Chapa, and I'm here today to testify in support of LD 1725. As you know, we have made the difficult decision to defer implementing the pooled market until 2023. This will give both the state and the insurance market time to evaluate and respond to both the challenges posed by the pandemic and the opportunities created by the new programs, which have made our current situation very different from the place where we stood 2 years ago. This bill codifies a new target date of January 1, 2023. This bill also lets us focus the initial rollout of the Clear Choice program on the individual market where the need is the greatest and the transition will be the least disruptive. Under the bill, carriers may maintain their separate portfolios of small group offerings while the small group market remains separate from the individual market. Nothing in this bill prohibits carriers from offering clear choice plans to small employers in 2022 or from making other changes to their small group product offerings now as a step toward the transition to the pooled market. This bill also clarifies the standard for determining whether the pooled market with subsidized reinsurance benefits both the small employers and individuals by specifying that the baseline for comparison is 2 separate markets without a subsidized reinsurance program. This is a standard used by the 3 actuarial studies that evaluated the potential impact of the program and is the only realistic standard to apply to a program that reallocates existing resources rather than raising any new revenues to provide additional subsidies. Lastly, the bill makes some technical changes by making terminology consistent in different provisions of the Clear Choice Law, conforming the pooled market implementation date where it appears in the Maine Guaranteed Access Reinsurance Act, and clarifies that changes to McGarrett's reinsurance program parameters to reflect favorable claims experience do not have to take the form of reductions in ceding premium. Thank you. I'll be glad to answer any questions now or at the work session.
Thank you, Superintendent. Are there questions for the superintendent? Representative Morris?
Yes.
You didn't raise your hand, but you unmuted yourself, so go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I was trying to get over to. I just wanted to talk a little bit about, let me see if I can find the bill. Section 2, aren't you there just because I was on the committee last time, as you know. You and I have already spoken a little bit about this. Isn't that, I'm trying to figure out the right way to phrase this question, but I mean, my interpretation is that was not the intent of the law last year, was to look at it without Megara in place. And now you're saying it's a clarification, but I don't really see it as a clarification. Can you just address that?
Yeah, I mean, when we step back, and what was the intent of the law when we originally passed it, was to help the small group market. The individual market has significant subsidies. In fact, over 300 million from advanced premium tax credit, and they got the subsidy of Megara. And really, the only intent of it was to help the small group market. And then stepping back, this change, the small group market will benefit, but the individual market will still benefit from Megara. Maybe perhaps not to the extent they would otherwise if Megara alone were allocated to the individual market. But a couple of things have changed. One, the most significant one, is I was around when we started Megara after the 3-year hiatus, and the main reason we established Megara was to help those over 400%. Were not eligible for a subsidy. Now that cohort of individuals are eligible for a subsidy, so we feel even more strongly that this change is appropriate. But you're right, it is a change. But again, both parties will benefit from Megara, and mathematically, it just makes more sense. Now, having said that, it's still going to go through rulemaking, and it still has to make sense. I mean, it still has to be. You can't zero out the savings to the individual market just to benefit the small group market. But hopefully, by the 1332 waiver, we'll gain additional revenue to support both the individual market and the small group market with meaningful subsidies.
Representative Evans.
I'm okay. Superintendent answered my question. Thank you.
Okay. Superintendent, my question is about whether, I know there have been 3 actuarial studies on this already, but now that we're delaying the waiver for another plan year, will there be another actuarial study, or are the internal actuaries at the Bureau preparing the 1332 waiver based on the models that you already have, or how are you proceeding with regard to
we're going to retain Gorman Actuarial to assist us. They helped us with the application, and they will continue to assist us in this process.
Okay. Do you expect that another full report with the same sort of comparable analysis will be prepared, particularly in light of the new APTC opportunities that might increase our recapture options? Or
I think the short answer, yes. I mean, we have to have a public hearing on whether or not to go forward, and as part of that hearing, we would I can't imagine doing it without an updated actuarial report.
Okay, thank you. Timeline wise, do you have a sense of what month of the year that hearing might take place in?
Not off the top of my head. I'd like to talk to Marty and Gorman. But...
Okay. All right. Are there any additional questions for the superintendent? Okay. Is there anyone else in the Zoom meeting who wishes to testify in favor of the bill? Seeing no electronic hands go up, is there anyone in the meeting who wishes to testify in opposition to the bill? Seeing no hands raised, I will call Christine Ossenfort to testify neither for nor against.
Thank you, Senator Sanborn and members of the Health Coverage Insurance and Financial Services Committee. My name is Christine Ossenfort. I'm the Director of Government Relations for Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield in South Portland. And I'm here this morning to testify neither for nor against LD 1725. We do appreciate the Bureau's delay of consideration of the merger of the small group market and the application of clear choice plan designs. As the superintendent noted, there has been a lot going on for all of us involved over the last 12 months. And so we do appreciate the delay. We would note that we continue to have concerns about whether or not those are the right decisions for Maine to merge the markets and to move to clear choice plan designs for either the individual or the small group market. But we are supportive of those provisions of the bill that would delay that until 2023. Our concern is with Section 2 of the bill, as the preceding discussion with the superintendent noted, that provision of the bill does change the baseline for determining whether or not a merger of the market should go forward. As enacted, LD 2007 established basically a do no harm requirement that rates in both the individual and the small group markets would be no worse off. And this changes that test to instead, we will now look at what would individual market rates be without McGarrah, but that's not the correct test, because if the merger of the markets doesn't move forward and if Maine does not get the 1332 waiver amendment, McGarrah will still reinsure the individual market. So when our members and your constituents look at whether or not this merger of the market and expansion of McGarrah has benefited them, they will not be comparing their rates to a market without McGarrah because they don't know what those rates are. They haven't seen those rates since 2018. They'll be looking at how are their rates in 2023 versus their rates in 2021 and 2022. So we urge you to strike Section 2 from the bill. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have, and I'll be present at your work session as well.
Thank you, Ms. Ossenfort. Ms. Ossenfort, can you remind me what happened to individual rates for Anthem in this past year?
They decreased. I cannot remember the exact percentage. I would have to go back and look at that. I want to say it was around 9%, but I'd have to go back and look.
Yeah, so they had a significant downward dip in 2020. So I guess I'm trying to articulate this, but isn't it also the case that when we were deciding whether merging the markets made sense and going forward, what we were really worried about was that that small group markets rates might actually go up because individual market rates are always higher than small group rates. It's like a law of averages. So if you meld the two rates, we were actually worried that that could have an impact in terms of actually making small group rates higher, which was not our goal. That was certainly what I thought that the math we were trying to avoid was. And then we get a 9% rate decrease in the individual market in 2020. So is it unusual for health insurance premiums to decrease year over year?
There's been a lot of fluctuation since the advent of the ACA in 2014. We've seen them both go up and go down, and by varying degrees. So there has been, initially there was a period of trying to understand the new environment, from 2014, 2015, 2016. And then I believe in 2017 was the first year without the federal reinsurance program. And decided in 2018 to bring McGarrah back for 2019. So there's been a lot of fluctuation in the market environment. There were also uncertainties at the federal level. They took away the funding for the CSRs that had to be built into rates. That resulted in rate increases. After we got more experience with McGarrah after it restarted, we were able to better account for that in our rates, which is part of the reason you saw a decrease in 2021, because that experience had started to mature. I do believe that small group rates was definitely a consideration of the committee when you were looking at LD 2007. And I believe the Gorman report shows that absent the application of reinsurance, small group rates would go up in emerged market environment. But when you look at the total picture, emerged market and the expansion and dilution of McGarrah, now individual rates are going up. And I think that the test was definitely a two-pronged test, that neither market would be harmed by moving forward with this.
Yeah, I guess, you made a reference to, we aren't going to compare our rates back to 2018 when McGarrah wasn't in effect in the individual market. But I certainly expected us to be comparing individual rates to what they were in 2019. And the Gorman report and all three of the actuarial reports show savings in the individual market versus 2019. They don't show savings in the individual market, substantial savings, I will say. But they don't show it versus 2020 because there was a 9% decrease in the individual market. So I'm struggling with what the committee intended. I know as I sat on the committee, I wanted to know if we were going to further hurt our small businesses by merging the markets. That's the only thing mathematically that made any sense to me at all as to what the outcomes might show and that what I would want to put the brakes on. I did not anticipate that my individual market rates would go down in 2020 because the law of actuarial analysis is they go up every year, no matter what. So, I guess the question really is whether folks want to look back at 2019, which is certainly what the committee was thinking about. We didn't know what the 2020 rates were yet when we passed the Made for Maine. So I guess I'm curious why you think 2020 rates are the appropriate benchmark when the committee was really thinking about 2019 rates.
It's the rates with and without McGarrah rather than the particular year. I mean, they're 2021 rates are going to be difficult because 2020 experience was so skewed. So maybe it's looking at the period over the rates over a couple of years to try to smooth out those distinctions. But we do think that the comparison should be the market with McGarrah, not the market without McGarrah.
Representative Morris.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and it'll be a fun work session. My question for you, Ms. Ossenfort, is just expounding more on the issue with these insurance rates. And as you know, McGarrah has helped lower rates in the individual market, I think that was the goal of it. And sort of a similar analogy to I heard on workers' comp issues a couple of years ago in labor is that when your goal is to lose weight, if your goal is to lose 50 pounds, you don't stop what you're doing at 40 pounds. And so I guess the issue here is that if individual rates start to tick up a little bit, what happens to those people that are younger and healthier buying on the individual market? Can you just kind of talk about what historical behavioral trends we see in their purchasing of insurance?
Sure. I mean, as rates go up, you tend to, whether it's in the individual market or the group market, you tend to see younger, healthier people drop out of the market because either they can't afford it or their priorities may be different. They may be trying to buy that house or that car. So in general, as rates go up, you'd start to see older individuals and less healthy individuals stay in the pool and younger individuals and healthier individuals leave the pool.
Just a quick follow-up, if I may, if you could just discuss sort of the difference between the individual and small group markets in terms of the purchasing decision, in terms of the different clientele, if you will, in those two markets.
Sure. So individuals tend to buy directly, either through the marketplace or from a carrier directly. They tend not to use brokers or producers as much, whereas the reverse is true for small businesses. Most small businesses tend to use have the assistance of a producer in buying their coverage, obtaining the quotes. So the purchasing channels are a bit different typically.
Ms. go ahead, Representative Evans. I'll ask my question afterwards. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Ossenfort, can you clear this up for me? The issue is, well, one issue that I'm seeing is, do you think that the new target date is appropriate to give you a better comparison from an actuarial standpoint, since 2020 and 2021 have thrown glitches into the comparison?
So certainly I do, I mean, you know, I have to go back and confer with my actuaries because I only play one at the legislature, but
me too.
Yeah, I think that definitely more experience allows, or a longer time period allows for smoothing out of some of those unforeseen circumstances that we've experienced over the past couple of years. I think that the superintendent has indicated that it also allows them to evaluate some of the changes that have occurred at the federal level and the impact that those changes might have. So we are supportive of delaying till 2023 and providing time for that additional analysis. Our concern is about changing the baseline by which we measure whether or not the market merger should move forward.
Thank you.
Ms. Ossenfort, in response to one of Representative Morris's questions, you noted that when premiums go up, fewer young people might buy coverage because they have other priorities or it's too expensive or whatever. Can you speak to what percentage of Anthem's individual market customers are actually exposed to premium changes? In other words, if they receive any amount of APTC at all, they are insulated from premium changes, right? Because their APTC is related to their income, not related to premiums.
They're insulated to an extent, but obviously the more they make, the less APTC they receive.
Okay, so can you answer the underlying question, which is what percentage of your customers for individual market plans receive no APTC at all?
I can't today, but I can certainly get that for you.
Okay. It's certainly a very small percentage, I think, but it would be helpful to have that number for the committee. All right, are there any additional questions for Ms. Ossenfort? Okay.
Thank you.
Seeing none, we will ask if there's anyone else who intended to testify in this hearing. Ms. Pelletreau, come on in. Good morning, Ms. Pelletreau, go ahead.
Good morning, Senator Sanborn. I don't see Representative Tepler, but members of the committee, my name is Catherine Pelletreau. I'm the Executive Director of the Maine Association of Health Plans. I'm here to testify neither for nor against LD 1725. I'd like to start by thanking the administration. You all know that this has been I don't want to call it quite a long sordid tale, but it's been a difficult road for the last, good year, maybe longer, with many discussions happening with the Bureau, with carriers, with stakeholders. We actually brought legislation on these issues because we were concerned about them. Magara also has appeared before this committee with significant concern. So we feel that the administration has been responsive, and we appreciate that. But that said, what we had hoped for was a delay in decision-making rather than an extension of, moving a year out to a date certain when the markets would be merged. I appreciated Senator Sanborn's questions earlier about whether the Bureau was going to conduct a new study that was a bit more updated. And from our perspective, we think that's really important. So, for purchasers to have confidence that the savings for Maine moving into a merged market are real and current. Representative Tepler's just put something in the chat. So that was the first thing, is thank you. And please keep an open mind about whether or not Maine should move forward with a merged market in 2023 or at any time, really. So we would ask you to carefully consider new data coming out about that. We are also in line with Christine Ossenfort's comments about the use of a baseline year that does not include Megara. And I think Megara also testified to that effect earlier in the session to the committee. And thirdly, we remain concerned and have expressed this concern in numerous forums about the simultaneous impact of moving to state-based exchange and standardized plans and merging the market all at once. We're especially concerned about it with small business. So we've urged the superintendent and the administration to slow down the clear choice a bit and to offer health plans the ability to offer more than just the 3 alternatives. So we would stay consistent with that message here. So in closing, please keep an open mind about whether a merged market makes sense for Maine, and keep an eye on new data coming out. 2, rethink the preconditions change so that there is a baseline that includes Megara. And then 3, permit carriers to offer more choices to the small group and pooled markets while phasing in clear choice. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Pelletreau. Are there questions for Ms. Pelletreau? Representative Morris.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Pelletreau, as you know, I know you mentioned Megara, and I know you also serve on that board. And given that this bill was only printed and referenced yesterday, and we're hearing it today, I'm sure they probably haven't had an opportunity to discuss it yet. But do they plan to testify on this, and in any idea on where they might come down on it?
Thank you for the question, but I really can't speak for the Megara board. We have not had a chance to discuss it. I will tell you that we have a previously scheduled meeting with Superintendent Chiappa coming up on Monday. It may be too late at that point, but that's coming up on Monday, so it's approaching quickly.
Okay, thank you. I didn't expect you to take a position for them. I just didn't know if you'd had a chance to talk to them at all.
And just for the record, I don't believe we will have voted this bill prior to Monday. There isn't any intention to do that. So rest assured that, there will still be a chance for folks who wish to submit written testimony to the committee prior to our work session to do that. Yeah, I mean, it is an expedited process because we're at the end of session, but we won't be holding work sessions again until at least Tuesday. Okay. Are there any additional questions for Ms. Pelletreau? All right, seeing none and seeing no other hands up in the attendee space, I will close the public hearing, and we will move on to our second public hearing of the day, which is LD 1648, presented by Senator Jackson. I will move him in. Good morning. Go ahead.
Thank you, Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Insurance, Health Coverage, and Financial Services. thank you for all your work. I don't know if your day's been as crazy as mine, but I certainly appreciate everything the committee's trying to do. My name is Senator Troy Jackson. I represent the people of Northern Mercer County and Senator District 1. I'm here to present LD 1648, enact and ensure reasonable access to laboratory testing and imaging services for state employee health care plan participants. Rural Mainers face too many unique challenges and barriers when it comes to accessing healthcare services. In my area, I constantly hear from constituents who are forced to travel long distances for appointments, surgeries, x-rays, and more. For example, it's not uncommon for somebody living in Fort Kent to have to travel 4 hours to Bangor for care. Sometimes patients are forced to travel even further. For someone working full-time and worrying about his or her day-to-day lives, or a senior is unable to travel this far for care, it is an unacceptable burden. This bill addresses a concern within the state employee health insurance program with regard to reasonable distances for laboratory testing and imaging services. Just as there are general problems with access to healthcare in rural areas of the state, there are times when a state employee can be forced to drive long distances for blood tests and lab imaging because the local provider is not accepted by the state employee insurance network. In some cases, a state employee does in fact go to their local provider, only to find out later that their carrier is not approved by the state, and they are left trying to figure out how to foot the bill. Under this proposal, the Department of Administrative and Financial Services would work with health benefit carriers administering the state employee health insurance program to ensure that state employees have access to lab and imaging services within 100 miles of their residential address, which is still too far, but I think is at least something that we should be able to strive for. Alternatively, it allows the option to use an out-of-network provider without additional cost to the state employee. It's my understanding that this issue with access to independent labs has worsened by the closure of some labs during the pandemic. Nevertheless, in the long term, we should be making reasonable efforts to ensure manageable distances and costs for state employees and network providers. It's my belief that the 100-mile standard is more than a reasonable ask. I just wanted to go a little bit further into this. Way back, I think in November, I was made aware of this problem by a couple of my constituents. And one of them actually laid out the issue of when they asked about why they were getting such a large bill, they were told that it was because they were out of network. And when they asked where the closest place for someone in Rustic to go to be in network, they were told York County was where they had to go to make sure that they were in network. And then they switched to Oxford County, which, if any of you know, I mean, I'm sure you all know, is really just as far as York County. I have made multiple calls into the commission to try and have this addressed. I'm not the constituent, but I am a state employee that lives in Aroostook County and would have to deal with this. And since that time, I've had other constituents that's come forward with this. It would be unfortunate under any healthcare plan, but I don't understand this whenever you have places like Cary Medical Center, Aroostook Medical Center, Northern Maine General, that are all on approved lists under the state employee health plan. They have hospitals that are, quality care, they get awards for it. But to be told that as a state employee in Aroostook County that you have to drive to York or Oxford County for your testing and laboratory, I don't even know what the word for that would be, but I mean, that is just unrealistic. The help that I had received trying to figure this out came from members on the employee side of the state commission. At first it was that Anthem had gotten a new call center down in Georgia and was confused about what the state plan was. That actually isn't the case. The case is that we don't have anything in the state employee network that's close enough. I'm not even sure if Bangor is, but for something as far as cardiac care or something like that, I believe that's probably acceptable that people have to go to Bangor. But I mean, there's something as far as lab testing and things like that, I think that's just unfair. I have state employees right in the city of Caribou that are being told that they can't go to Cary Medical Center for, their lab work and things like that. There's got to be a different way.
Thank you, Senator Jackson. Are there questions for Senator Jackson? All right, I'm a little bit perplexed by the testimony because I'm pretty sure that Cary Medical Center is in network for the state employee plan and that their laboratory is in network, but it's definitely not part of the independent networking or the independent imaging and lab benefit, which is a zero copay. So it's in network, but you have to pay your deductible. So I'm curious if that's the distinction that we're driving at here, because there is there's a cost savings program that tries to drive you towards certain facilities for certain programs, and that wouldn't include hospitals. So, I mean, have you had that experience where folks literally have no insurance, or is it that they have to pay their deductible and that's why they're getting a bill?
They have to pay huge deductibles if they go to a place like Cary or Tamik, Holton, Northern Maine General. Again, I mean, I've been advised by the state employee side of the commission, because I can't get anyone in the department to return a call on this after like a lot of calls. But I've been advised by them that these hospitals are under the provider network and there shouldn't be. But at this point, places like Cary and Tamik have said that, look, if you're not going to pay this, we're going to have to send it to collection or, start on a payment plan. I tried to advise constituents early on that it was a mistake and to go to the commission to get it resolved. There has not been a resolution. It seems like at this point that anyone in Mercer County has to go way, way out of Mercer County to get these services not covered, but covered without a huge deductible.
Okay. Representative Tepler.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here, Senator Jackson, to present this bill. Can you tell me what that huge deductible would be under the state plan for imaging at Cary Medical Center?
Some of the numbers were like $600, not for a lot. I mean, it wasn't like extensive testing or anything like that, which is obviously a lot higher than they expected to pay under their, state employee health insurance for something like that. And it is when you talk to the state employee side of the commission, they would know the deductible should have been 100 or whatever, a lot, significantly less money. And I was told by them that Cary and those hospitals, they should cover to reapply. And like I said, then it became this issue of, it was a call center that was confused and all that. But at this point, it seems like the hospitals and the state is staying with, if you're in Mercer County, I mean, at this point, the only place I know, because I haven't been able to actually talk to them, is you got to go to a hospital in York or Oxford to get that. Now that seems foolish, but that's what we've been told.
Well, okay. I'll be really curious to hear the answer to this issue, because I just had imaging at my local hospital under the state medical plan. So I will be curious to see what my bill looks like. Thank you, Senator Jackson.
Well, maybe we can go to Brunswick, because that definitely is a little bit closer to New York or Oxford.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Jackson. Are there any additional questions for the sponsor? All right, thanks for being with us and bringing us this bill. It's actually an issue that I have wanted to discuss for a while, so this will be a good vehicle for discussing the imaging program. Thank you. All right, next we will hear from Emily Cook from the Secretary of State's office. Good morning, Ms. Cook. Go ahead.
Thank you, Senator Sanborn, and apologies, Secretary Bellows wanted to be here herself, and as you know, scheduling doesn't always work out. Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health Care, Insurance, and Financial Services, giving testimony on behalf of Secretary Bellows, but I am Emily Cook from the Secretary of State's office, speaking today in support of LD 1648. When she was first elected as Secretary of State, Secretary Bellows' first order of business was to go on a listening tour to hear directly from the over 400 employees of the department. While many of those staff members are located here in Augusta, many others work at our branches throughout the state, serving Mainers from Caribou to Calais, to Ellsworth to Rumford to Kennebunk, and everywhere in between. One thing she learned on that listening tour is that many of our customer service representatives have relatively high turnover. They work hard on behalf of their fellow Mainers, but can often do similar work for better pay at nearby town or city offices or at local businesses. In listening to these employees, however, she learned that one of the problems in retaining our excellent workforce goes beyond just pay. Currently, the state's healthcare plan provides free lab services at independent labs, which sounds like a good thing until you realize what it means for people who do not live close to an independent lab. The list of labs I submitted as separate testimony as well, so you should have that. You'll notice that most of these labs are in York and Cumberland counties, as well as one in Lewiston, one in Wiscasset, two in Bangor, and one in Topsom. None were in any of the following counties: Aroostook, Franklin, Hancock, Kennebec, Knox, Oxford, Piscataquis, Somerset, Waldo, and Washington. So if you can imagine you're a state employee living in Aroostook County, for example, and you're in regular need for lab tests for a chronic medical issue and are forced to make the choice of driving 6 hours round trip to a lab in Bangor, which is particularly painful for you with your condition, or paying hundreds of dollars to receive the care you need nearer to home. Or perhaps you're a state employee who suddenly experiences great pain, nausea, or other bodily difficulty in a mysterious but urgent situation, and suddenly you must contend with a choice again of whether to drive hours for coverage or pay hundreds of dollars for the tests they need for a diagnosis at home. Secretary Bellows was appalled and angry that we would be forcing our state employees into these decisions. Mainers choose to go into state service because they care about the people in their communities. They do so despite the fact that it is not always in their financial best interest. They make less money than their private sector counterparts. They get taxed at a higher rate in their retirement. And this is known, it's accepted, even if it isn't always appreciated. What isn't as well known is that taking a job in state service may force you to make horribly expensive decisions about your health and well-being, all because of which labs the state has contracted with. I encourage you to pass 1648 so that our state employees can receive affordable, convenient healthcare closer to home. It's the right thing to do and will also help us to retain our quality workforce. Thank you for your consideration. I'd be happy to answer any questions that committee may have.
Are there questions for Ms. Cook? Okay, seeing none, we thank you for your testimony. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify in favor of this bill? Please raise your electronic hand. Seeing none, I will promote Ms. Trundy to speak in opposition. Good afternoon or morning still. Ms. Trundy, go ahead.
Morning still, thank you. Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, and honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health Coverage, Insurance, and Financial Services. My name is Anya Trundy. I am the Director of Legislative Affairs for the Department of Administrative and Financial Services, and I come before you this morning to testify in opposition to LD 1648. It's the department's understanding that Senator Jackson sponsored the bill before you in response to a medical bill that a constituent of his received. I want to begin by explaining the ancillary independent lab and imaging incentive offered to state employees, which is in addition to the standard coverage of lab and imaging services by the base state employee health plan. These are independent labs and imaging facilities. They are unaffiliated with hospitals and medical practices. The lists of independent labs and imaging facilities, which I have provided with my testimony, have agreed to accept the amount that Anthem pays for lab and imaging services as full payment, resulting in no out-of-pocket expense to the plan participant. The state employee health plan recognizes that these locations are not geographically well distributed throughout the state, and that by and large, they are concentrated in Southern Maine. If it were within the Office of Employee Health and Wellness and the State Employee Health Commission's control and influence, this list would have better geographic distribution consistent with where our employees are located. But the unfortunate reality is there aren't independent lab and imaging facilities throughout much of the state. These providers are for-profit businesses that have determined where to locate based upon where there is a market for their services. Indeed, during the time the state has offered this incentive, locations have been removed from these lists because they've closed. We all know the issues of access to healthcare in Maine's rural counties extends far beyond this issue. These provider lists are not closed to affiliate labs and imaging facilities, but hospitals and medical practices have proven unwilling to accept Anthem's share as full payment. If a state employee health plan participant cannot or chooses not to access an independent lab or imaging facility and instead obtain services through their local hospital or doctor's office, Anthem will be billed for the service first, and the patient will be responsible for the remaining amount. For in-network lab and imaging services billed by a hospital or doctor, Anthem pays 90% after deductible. For out-of-network, they pay 60% after deductible. The state employee health plan has a low $600 individual, $1,200 family deductible, and in comparison with other plans, exceeds a platinum rating. To help employees budget for healthcare costs not covered by insurance, the state offers a healthcare FSA. This bill, as written, would require the state employee health plan to assume significant costs, and determination of plan members' distance from independent lab and imaging facilities would be very challenging to administer. I want to conclude by explaining why the state employee health plan has elected this incentive offering. As a self-insured plan, the state has a vested interest in steering plan participants toward high-quality, high-value services. This is one of the current innovative attempts to provide more choice where available and encourage plan participants to be more active healthcare consumers. The state employee health plan currently offers a similar 100% benefit, no member cost share for infusion services, as well as access to CAREM centers of excellence for over 100 different surgeries at no cost. That being said, so far the state hasn't seen much shift in consumer behavior. Even where independent lab and imaging services are located within a reasonable distance, plan participants are not accessing them at the rates hoped. Patients are continuing to utilize the services that their healthcare providers steer them towards, which in many instances may be on-site services that don't require a separate appointment, or if not, allow the patient to wait for a call to schedule as requested by their doctor. Patients may deem these services more convenient and easier to navigate, and it typically isn't until the bill arrives that you find out the cost of care. The Office of Employee Health and Wellness and the State Employee Health Commission share President Jackson and the committee's interest in healthcare cost containment. It's the reason we're experimenting with incentives like independent lab and imaging services. However, if those elective incentives are underutilized and ineffective, we'd like to reserve the flexibility to change course in the future and try alternative approaches. But this bill would preclude us from doing so because it would codify an incentive enhancement in the base requirement of the state employee health plan. Thank you for allowing me to testify today. I'm happy to respond to any questions. And if I can't answer them, I'll take them back and get you answers.
Thank you, Ms. Trundy. Representative Matheson.
Thank you so much. And you answered one of my questions about trying to figure out a solution to this obvious problem about independent labs not being available throughout Maine. And I'd love to know what some other solutions you guys were thinking about, because clearly someone can't drive 4 hours to receive this care. And it sounds like from what you said, I just want to make sure I was hearing you correctly, even with these incentives in place, you haven't seen utilization of these incentives increase. Is that correct? Like you haven't seen patients actually going to these independent pharmacists, independent imaging, that hasn't increased?
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, I'll use myself as an example, but when I come out of my doctor's office, I bang a left and walk 20 feet. And if I've had a lab ordered, and then I just wait for the bill, you know, instead of having to set up a separate appointment for lab services. And so I think there are those types of issues, and just kind of people's comfort level with their medical providers. So we haven't seen a great uptake in these offers.
Representative Tepler.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here, Ms. Trundy. I have the same experience that you have, Ms. Trundy. It's so much easier and more convenient for me in terms of our schedule as a legislature that I, rather than scheduling an appointment for labs when they are ordered by my primary care physician, to just go to the lab contained within my primary care physician's offices. The results are often faster. It also maintains some consistency in which lab is being used to make certain measurements for me. And then the other issue is I didn't realize that this issue applied to imaging benefits as well. And I consider myself to be a fairly well-informed consumer. I am wondering what you all are doing to inform the state employees about these incentives, because I think I vaguely remember getting a pamphlet way back about what my benefits were and weren't, but I can't say that that sticks front of mind for me when my doctor says you need to have an ultrasound and we're going to call and make an appointment for you. And I can't say that I say to my doctor then, well, it'll cost me less if you do it at this facility. So I'm just curious how you educate us about that and how you would approach this issue of physician scheduling of imaging versus the benefit that we have in our insurance plan. To me, those things are kind of at odds with each other.
Yeah, I think that's a great question. And I will attempt to bring back a schedule of what communication we have had with state employees in the past about these benefits. I do know that at one point within the last year, there was a mailing that went out. I had it on my fridge for a while, intending to take it with me to the doctor. But I think, that is probably part of the challenge, is that in the moment when you're in the exam room, you don't have that pamphlet with you to tell them, I'd really like you to order my imaging from this place. So that may also be an area that we can improve. And I think that we are not yet at the point where we want to abandon this program. We want to try some things to see if we can increase the uptake in it. And that would probably be a place to start.
Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Trundy, for being here. the geographic distribution is a significant problem. And what I'm trying to wrap my head around is, are we talking about routine labs, or are we talking about specialty lab work that has to be done? And a lot of situations, specialty blood tests have to be sent to another place that's definitely out of network. But if somebody is seen for routine lab work, why would they have to go that far in mileage if there is a facility there in their own area that can perform that test? That it doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, so I appreciate that question. There's not a difference between routine and specialty lab work. But in the event that there isn't one of these independent lab or imaging centers in your general area, it isn't that you have to travel somewhere to have your labs done. It's that the way it's billed is different. It would be billed through your insurance, and then it would be subject to your deductible. And the state employee health plan has a $600 deductible for individuals and $1,200 for families.
So I'm talking, may I follow up, Madam Chair?
Yes.
For ease of access, it would make more sense to promote the individual to go to the nearest place that can provide that service. And that's where I think that there needs to be a change in the plan as you go forward.
That's certainly true. But the issue is that these independent imaging centers and laboratories have opted into participating in this, and they've agreed to accept what Anthem is willing to pay as full payment. And so it's the fact that your local hospital or your local medical practice is not willing to accept that as full payment and then send you a bill for the remainder of what they charge for lab and imaging services.
Understood, but I think that's an area we need to look at closely. So I understand what you're saying, but we need to revisit that whole process.
I think the state's position is that we don't have access to the levers that would make that possible.
Okay.
Representative Evans, do you have a follow-up?
No, thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay,
Thank you, Ms.
Representative
Trundy.
Hartford.
You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Trundy, for being with us. I fully comprehend this issue. This really isn't an issue about access to a lab or to an imaging facility. It's an issue of access to an independent lab or imaging facility, and the additional costs that could be incurred by a health plan member if they cannot access the independent lab or the independent imaging facility. So I'm sensing that it's not our job today to try to find a solution to that, but it certainly is an inequity that is unintended. I understand that you are simply trying to find cost-saving measures through which all the state employees will benefit, and I applaud you for that. Because for those of us who do have access to the independent labs and imaging facilities, it is a cost saving if we choose to use them. So I applaud you and thank you for that. However, there is a definite inequity made clear by this bill for people who live in areas that simply cannot travel in a reasonable distance to the independent facilities. So I would just say, let's all work together on a solution to that. Thank you.
Representative Tepler, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks again, Ms. Trundy. Ms. Trundy, can you tell me if the amount of savings the state is creating through this program is equal to or less than the $600 deductible plus the cost. I guess I'm wondering if there's a way to kind of balance this out, create a savings for the state employee health plan, but also lessen the impact of this for folks in Aroostook County.
I don't know the answer to that question, but I will try to get something related to it for the work session.
Great, thank you.
Ms. Trundy, oh, go ahead, Representative Arford.
No, I'll wait for whoever was next to me.
No, you go ahead. I'm going off on a little tangent.
My only thought as Representative Tepler was speaking, I thought, I'm wondering if the other states have solved this problem. If you've looked outside of Maine to any other state, state health employee plans or consulted with them to see how they've managed trying to achieve the cost savings, but in an equitable manner, if they have rural parts of their state like we do, or just parts of our state who can't access the independent labs.
I'll certainly inquire about that. The independent labs and imaging centers is something we've chosen to add on to our onto our state employee health plan. So I don't know as we'll find comparable offerings in other states, but I can certainly check with the Office of Employee Health and Benefits and see whether they have any knowledge of their counterparts in other states.
Excuse me. So Ms. Trundy, I guess my first question before I go off on a little tangent, if you'll indulge me, is my first question is I just wanted to highlight for the committee, this is a platinum plan, is that right?
I think actually it exceeds platinum.
Yeah, so in terms of the metal levels, this is among the very best plans that any employee in the state would have. Is that fair to say?
That's very fair to say.
Yeah, certainly been my experience. And so if we were to get rid of this independent lab and independent imaging benefit, then just everybody in the state employee plan, presumably unless you made some other sort of change to the plan, would be in the situation that Senator Jackson's constituent is in, right? Which is to say you pay $600 towards your deductible, but not necessarily in labs and imaging, but just $600 in a year toward medical services in general. And then after that, the plan pays 90% of your labs and your imaging. Is that fair to say that this is sort of like the baseline would be a 90% after deductible, and then we have this extra bonus sort of incentive program that doesn't cover the whole state, but the baseline is sort of what Senator Jackson described. Does that make sense? Am I making any sense?
Yes, that makes complete sense. That is correct.
Okay. All right. So now I'm going to go off on a little tangent here, which is about the independent labs and imaging program, which is to say that I believe, and I was glad to see this bill come forward actually, because I want to have an opportunity to talk about this program. I think this program is a real problem for the state employee plan, and I would really like to figure out how to use this vehicle as a way to dig in on it. Here's the problem. The providers who are part of the program do not necessarily bill under the correct codes so that Anthem then processes those payments under the program. So it just so happens that my PCP is part of the program. And so if you go to the laboratory, that's when you turn left out of the doctor's office, it's supposed to be part of the program. Every single time I have had a bill, I get charged the full rate. And because I'm chair of this committee and I know how our plan is designed, I can call Anthem and they say, oh, it's not our fault, it's your provider's fault. They didn't bill it correctly. And I say, well, that's kind of your problem. And they say, no, you have to call the provider. So I call the provider and they say, we billed it the way we always bill it. I don't know what you're talking about. I say, yeah, well, that's the problem. You got to bill it this way. And then usually I have to have a 3-way conference call or a 3-way email, and it gets worked out. But it always takes me at least an hour or 2. And I'm only able to do that because I'm like an insurance super user. And so I really I think the state employee plan needs to dig in with Anthem, their TPA, and figure out how to make this program actually work so that employees don't have to call in order to have their bills reassessed and appropriately applied to this program. Because my suspicion is part of the reason you're not seeing any utilization isn't just because people don't know about it, but also because Anthem's not actually doing it or honoring it unless you call, and then they do. So a little bit of a diatribe for a public hearing, but because I think it is totally related to this bill and related to this incentive program, I wanted to highlight this issue, which is somewhat separate from, but related to the one that Senator Jackson has brought before us, and which actually applies to folks in the southern part of the state, like me, where we have plenty of access, but we have this billing problem. The last time, the last resolution to it was that they would simply remove my provider from the list because they couldn't get their billing act together. So my provider's still on the list, so that didn't happen, but I'm not really sure how else to do this other than to sort of say it on mic in this forum. And so I'm doing that. Isn't that so? That's how I made it into a question at the end.
Yes, I think that is a super fair criticism, and that is absolutely something that we can work on.
Okay, Representative Tepler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And if you'll bear with me a second, I'd kind of like to do a little of that kind of tangent myself with an "isn't that so" for Ms. Trundy, and that is to talk about these levers we talked about that one has or doesn't have control over. And one of my concerns in seeing the way this is constructed is that we're creating cost savings for the employee plan at the expense of full service hospitals, because full service hospitals have to provide charity care, so they have to charge more for their lab fees than independent laboratories, which don't provide full service care. So I have some concerns about all the levers involved here and what the role of this committee is in helping our state employee plan figure out a way to save costs without ultimately costing taxpayers in other ways by increasing hospital costs. So to me, part of my concern about cost savings has to do with the way the whack-a-mole in our current system of healthcare works. And I just want to make sure that the state employee health plan is aware of some of that game of whack-a-mole.
That is certainly something that I had not considered. So thank you for bringing that to my attention, and I'll certainly get it back to employee health and wellness.
Thank you.
Thanks. Representative Brooks.
Two concerns that I have that we can either address here or at the work to think about before the work session is that when labs are ordered, a lot of times they are, they could be kind of routine labs that we check for certain, like cholesterol, blood work, liver, kidneys, and different things we do for where, to check, to help prevent and treat illnesses as early as we can. And other tests are more urgent, like if we want to check somebody's labs because they have certain symptoms. So it does concern me a situation where somebody would have to travel very far to get labs, and we're incentivizing people to get labs a large distance from their home because their doctor would be looking for the results. And I'm just concerned about it in the rural cases when they do have to travel far. If something comes up in the lab that indicates they need further treatment more immediately, I just don't like the scenario where they would be far from their homes or their regular doctors. So those are just concerns that I have, and that's something just concerns I have.
Okay.
Representative Matheson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just curious. Thank you so much for your time today.
Absolutely.
I'm sure you're getting a lot of questions from us today, so I appreciate it. I'm just curious how these independent labs are identified and whether or not you have any type of lever or power in determining how to expand the array of labs available in this listing, I guess is my question. How do those determined? Is that have nothing to do with you? Is that just between the provider and the carrier?
I believe it's just between the provider and the carrier, but I also believe that Ms. Ossenfort is in the waiting room coming behind me on this bill, and that she might be able to answer that question better.
So you have you just get a list that's identified. It's not like you say this county needs 3 labs. You just basically get a listing from the carrier.
That's my understanding, and that the reason that there are no providers listed in some counties is that an independent provider just doesn't exist in those counties. They're all associated with either hospitals or medical practices.
Thank you.
Representative Tepler.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and everyone for your forbearance as I speak again. But I was just thinking about how my labs are ordered by my physician through my electronic health record, through my EHR, and how that is handled without paper when one approaches an independent lab. So if I want to take my lab request to an independent lab, do I have to have a paper copy of my lab order because the system's EHRs aren't able to interconnect? Or now that we're working towards interconnected EHRs, is there a way that my insurance can be coded in my EHR so that my doctor can be aware of this program? I mean, we're doing that with prior authorization, I believe. I'm wondering if we can move towards doing that with benefits, insurance benefits for laboratory and that kind of thing. Because I think that would make it much easier.
That sounds like a really great solution. I don't know whether that is the case or not. That far exceeds my knowledge of how this works on the back end. Maybe Ms. Ossenfort can answer that question. But I would presume that there may be some ability to do that, just the same way that, when they order you a prescription, they ask you which pharmacy would you like this sent to, and and they pull up a listing of Walgreens if you tell them Walgreens and you pick the address. So it should at least be on the horizon, I would think.
Thank you. I think that would go a long way.
All right, thank you. Okay, I do hope that Ms. Ossenfort might testify. She's not on my list. Are there any additional questions for Ms. Trundy? All right, Seeing none, I will send you back through the wormhole and really thank you for listening to us, but also kind of allowing us to go off on a little bit of a side discussion about this, and would definitely encourage you to sort of go back to the team and see what improvements might be made to this program overall. Both in like the letting folks know, letting doctors know, like the providers at my PCP office don't know, the billing office apparently doesn't know about this program. So I'm just trying to figure out how we can make it more effective, and either that or make it go away so that the folks in Aroostook County don't feel like they're being discriminated against. All right. So thank you for being with us. Send you back, and Ms. Asenfort has raised her hand, so we'll pull her in. Good noon to you, Ms. Asenfort. It is just about exactly noon. Go ahead.
Thank you, Senator Sanborn. Good noon to you and to Representative Tepler and members of the committee. I am Christine Asenfort, Director of Government Relations for Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield in South Portland, and I am here to testify in opposition to LD 1648. I won't repeat Ms. Trundy's testimony, but I would note, and I think Senator Sanborn touched on this in her questioning earlier, the bill as drafted would apply to the core benefits under the state employee health plan rather than the incentive program that we believe is the subject of the legislation. We would note that the state of Maine, with respect to those core benefits, is subject to Rule 850 and the existing network adequacy standards, and what's proposed in the bill would actually be more lenient than the network adequacy standards that apply to the plan. So with that, I'll try to address a couple of points and then make myself available to answer your questions. We would note that as drafted, the bill would also apply to the retirees covered under the Medicare Advantage plan that is administered by Aetna. And because that is a federally regulated design, it's not clear whether the state would have the ability to implement those changes for the retiree plan. We would also note, and I would echo Ms. Trundy's comments, that by putting it in statute, it starts to insert the legislature into the plan design for the state employee plan, which is typically designed by the State Employee Health Commission and a plan design subcommittee of the commission. As was noted, one of the challenges is these independent lab facilities and independent imaging facilities are not available all through the state. It highlights one of the challenges that we have in trying to redirect care to more affordable options. There aren't always more affordable options available to us, such as ambulatory surgical centers, independent labs, independent imaging facilities. We do try to partner with those independent facilities when we can to encourage them to locate in other areas of the state. We have been successful with some providers in getting them to open up lab and infusion centers in areas of the state, but obviously it's challenging, and those providers need to determine whether or not there is sufficient volume and a return on their investment to undertake the cost of establishing a presence in certain areas of the state. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have. And of course, we'll be present in the work session as well.
Thank you, Ms. Asenfort. Are there questions for Ms. Asenfort? Ms. Asenfort, can you speak at all to the billing issues that seem to arise? At least they've always arisen for me. I've literally never been able to use this benefit in the 4 or 5 times that I've tried without getting you and others involved. Can you speak to
certainly, certainly. As you noted, if it is not billed correctly, then we don't pay it correctly because it is an automated process. There's no way for us to identify that it's coming in for that independent lab program. As you noted, we had one provider who had one location that billed it correctly and other locations that did not. So those other locations have been removed from the brochure. So one of the things that we have talked about internally is the locations, the information on the brochure, and I believe it was attached to Ms. Trundy's testimony, is location specific. So if a provider has multiple locations and their location is not listed, then the service is not, or the incentive is not available at that location. And that we realize that that is not necessarily obvious when one location is listed that someone might assume is the central office for the provider. So we talked about adding a disclaimer to say, you know, this location only. We continue to work with the provider at issue, trying to address the billing practices to make sure that those claims do come through correctly. And when we are confident that that has occurred, we will add them back to the list. But at the moment, that location is still not included in the information provided to participants in the state employee plan.
Okay, what's the timeline for redesigning the brochure? Because I did look at it and I was like, this doesn't make sense to me because that is their central billing location.
It is updated periodically. I don't know when the next update is scheduled to occur, but I will check on that and get back to you.
Okay, that would be great. Representative Matheson.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Ms. Austin-Fort. Just curious, how are you addressing the billing issue with practitioners directly? What's your process there so they can identify how they can bill this correctly?
Our provider solutions team reaches out to them and has conversations with them about how it should be billed repeatedly in some instances. I think one of the challenges is understanding why some offices are able to do it successfully and not others. I think there may be, with one provider, they may have some of the labs go through the independent labs, some of the labs go through the provider itself, depending on who the ordering physician might be. It depends on how it's processed. But we try to work directly with the providers and engage in communications with them to address the problem and resolve it and try to ensure that they understand how it is supposed to be billed in order to
Oh, you got yourself on mute there at the end.
Whoops, sorry. My apologies. I don't know where I cut myself off, but we try to work with providers to make sure that they understand how to bill it correctly in order to enable the member to access the benefit in the incentive program that's offered to them or that is available to them.
Okay. Are there any further questions for Ms. Austin-Fort? Representative Tepler, go ahead. Sorry, I saw her hand first. Representative Arford. Representative Tepler, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I won't be too long, Representative Arford. So I just would like to ask Ms. Austin-Fort how far away she thinks we are from including individual insurance benefits like this in an EHR.
So we don't have the EHRs where we receive claims, not electronic health records. Representative Dr. Evans might have a better sense of that than I do, because but I do believe that if you're asking or touching on the discussion earlier about whether or not an independent lab can receive the order electronically, I believe that generally they can. Maybe, I don't know if they all can, but I think generally, much like a prescription, it can be transmitted electronically.
Thank you, Ms. Austin-Fort, but it seemed that there was an issue with this around prior authorization, that there was integration of the systems, the EHR systems and the billing systems from various carriers for the purposes of prior authorization. So why wouldn't you also have knowledge about this kind of thing?
Because that's provider to provider, and we're not part of that communication. sending a lab order to another provider does not go through us, whereas prior authorization is submitted directly to us.
So you can't submit an individual person's health benefits in their plan to their EHR?
Their claim would not be part of their EHR, I don't believe, because that is held by the provider, physician or the hospital or the primary care doctor or provider. Whereas we receive the claim, where there may be instances where supporting documentation has to be provided to us, but it's not the entire medical record, or not the entire electronic health record. It would be specific to the claim or the service that's being dealt with.
I guess I feel like if there's an incentive program offered, there would be a way for you to give the opportunity to the provider to tag the EHR in a way that would help them recognize that fact.
So again, we don't receive the electronic health record, nor do we receive the order. So I'm not sure what we would tag in that transaction, because we're not privy to it.
Well, that's not exactly what I'm saying. When you call a provider's office and you offer them or tell them there are special codes they have to submit, then you are in fact providing them with information that could be coded in someone's EHR.
So the communication with the provider's office is not a routine process for the benefits under this. That is something that we engage in when there is a billing issue. I mean, we do work with them on how to code it, how to submit it. You know, that typically would not, I think, be included in an EHR. Because again, we don't have access to that. What they do with the information we provide them, if they incorporate it, they can, but we don't have access to that, nor do we know what's in it.
Okay, so I guess I'm hearing that when providers receive information from you about billing codes, perhaps they should be coding those in the patient's EHR.
So what is a claim? Yeah, I mean, they're really two different animals. A CPT code is what's submitted, is what we would receive. Whether or not that's included in their EHR, I can't speak to, because we don't have that.
Okay. Thank you.
Representative Arford.
Yeah, I'm going to just go back for a quick question about the bill. All this conversation has brought this to my attention. Who actually does the negotiating for the independent labs to determine who they will be and what the cost will be? Does the carrier, do you as a carrier set up the
well, in this instance, we are the third-party administrator. The state plan is self-funded, but yes, as the third-party administrator, we would negotiate with the independent facilities and determine the reimbursement rate.
Right. So at some point in time, I'm assuming you and the state employee health benefits department, or whomever that department is, negotiated that you would be the ones trying to extend that network, or who is actually working to extend the network of independent labs?
We would fulfill that role. And I think there may have been testimony before. There were more labs participating in this program at one point in time. Many have either closed those offices or left the program, presumably because they decided they weren't receiving the return on their investment or the necessary volume. But yes, we would engage in that function of negotiating with the facility.
So last thought, because I know we need to get going here. Last thought is, so then Anthem is the place to go, our little 800 number on our employee insurance card, if we want to get an accurate and updated list of the independent labs. that's where anybody listening to this hearing or anybody who wants to know, that's where they should go, is to you, to Anthem, to get an updated list.
Yes, you could call the customer service
Okay.
number on your ID card. I don't know if the state includes it in their website, but we can check on that and let you know.
Right. I'm just concerned about, you mentioned earlier that the current list that's out now is not updated.
No, I didn't say that. What I said was we do update it periodically, and we would include, seek to include that additional disclaimer. Certainly if there are changes, it would be updated so that folks are aware of it. So I didn't say that it's out of date. I just said it is updated periodically to include new information, like this is location specific. As we, learn of what members need, we try to address those needs.
Thank you so much.
Senator Brenner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Ossenfort, for being here. I guess I'm feeling really frustrated because I feel a responsibility as a legislator on this committee to support and protect state employees and their ability to receive services, and an awareness that these are busy working folks that struggle to fit all the things in on all the days. And I guess what I want to hear from you is, what are your ideas for how we could come up with a strategy to make it easier for these hardworking, dedicated state employees to be able to get services close to their home in a convenient way and have it be covered without having to call numbers, print out papers, make sure they've checked all the mail that's come in and they've recorded all of the information accurately? How can we help these people? What would you suggest?
So first, I want to clarify that this is an incentive program. It is not the core benefit under the plan. Much like the right to shop incentives that are required in statute for certain plans, this is an incentive program offered by the state to try to encourage members to seek alternative sites of care when they're available. They are not available all over the state. The state of Maine plan obviously has sort of a unique statewide employee distribution that some other employers have, but many don't. So this program may work, better for somebody in Cumberland County or Penobscot County where those labs and imaging facilities are available. As was noted before, we do try to negotiate with providers to open up services, but it is challenging when we are a rural and geographically diverse state to get the volume necessary to establish those facilities. We are constantly looking for alternative sites of care. Recently, the state considered an application for an ambulatory surgical center in Topsom that we supported as an alternative lower cost site of care. Unfortunately, it did not get the approval of the certificate of need process. But we do try, we have negotiated, as I mentioned before, with some providers to open up infusion and imaging centers in areas where there weren't before. But the volume is definitely a challenge, and trying to get providers to locate in certain areas of the state is very difficult.
All set, Senator Brenner?
Thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions for Ms. Ossenfort? All right, seeing none, we will close the hearing. Actually, I'll just ask if there's anyone else who wished to testify in this hearing before I close it. All right, seeing none, I think at this point, let me just check on one thing before I move on. Okay, let's do a hearing now on LD 1584, an act to make donated medicines available to Maine patients at an affordable cost. This is brought to us by Senator Ned Claxton, who is still with us. It should be a quick hearing, which is why I'm having it now before we are going to take a lunch break as a committee. So I'm going to bring Senator Claxton in. Good afternoon, Senator Claxton. Good afternoon, Senator Claxton. If you can hear us, please unmute and start your video. We may have caught him while he is not actually at his computer. That is definitely possible. I will. Oh, there he is. He's got his hand up. Senator Claxton, there you are.
There's a lag
All right.
between what you can watch on YouTube and where you are in the real world. And I had to run upstairs from my attempt at sandwich making. But
I apologize to catch you off guard. I assumed you might be away from your computer momentarily when I called on you, perhaps unexpectedly.
I was watching on my cell phone and dropped it and ran. I dropped my sandwich and ran right up. So
well, you look wonderful. Please go ahead and present your bill for us.
Thank you, Senator Sanborn, and good morning, Representative Tepler and distinguished members of the Health Coverage, Insurance, and Financial Services Committee. I'm Ned Claxton, and I represent Senate District 20, which includes Auburn, where I live, mine at Mechanic Falls, Poland, and Gloucester, and I thank you for the opportunity to present LD 1584, which is an act to make donated medicines available to Maine patients at an affordable cost. In working on ways to decrease the cost of medicines for people, I can't help myself. I've also worked on the hassles of getting people to reasonably priced facilities to get their lab tests done. I just have to throw that in there. I've always been frustrated by the volume of nursing home medicines that gets returned to pharmacies. If someone has sent a month's supply of medicine X to a local nursing home, and it becomes necessary to change the dose or the medicine, all the unused portion, which is already paid for, goes back to the pharmacy to be destroyed. Looking into the possibility of having those unused meds go to people with more limited means, I came across the fact that as of 2018, 38 states and Guam had already enacted legislation to promote drug return, donation, and reuse. In Iowa, their program was created in 2007 and has served over 70,000 patients and redistributed over $17 million of free medicine and supplies to people in need. It makes sense to me that Maine enact a similar program to make best use of this unused supply and help those in need at the same time and keep the medicines out of our waste stream. Some of you may remember that I introduced a very similar bill, LD 1661, during the 129th legislature. The bill received a unanimous ought to pass as amended vote, but as with many other bills, died at the early conclusion of the 129th. While these bills are similar in that they both create the medicine and donation redispensing program, this bill is different in that DHHS would contract with a nonprofit organization or organizations to carry out the program, whereas the previous bill has the department creating and running the program. There are nonprofits who do this work and see it as their mission to use technology to connect surplus medicines from institutions like commercial pharmacies and health facilities with safety net providers like free clinics and charitable pharmacies to benefit ill or need-based recipients. It's sort of a match.com for medicine. They largely avoid controlled substances and accept those medicines that are in their original packaging. So much of the bill is devoted to laying out restrictions on what can and can't be used and what's acceptable for donation. But a typical donation by an individual costs $1, about the cost of what it would take them to put it in an envelope and mail it to a receiving center, and generates savings of about $45 for the person qualifying to receive the redispensed product. All of the free clinics in the state would be logical partners for this program, as would other safety net programs. Last session, I described another successful program in another rural state, Wyoming, that had redistributed over $4 million of medicines to those who couldn't afford their prescriptions or treatments. So the Iowa program serves those with household incomes below 200% of Maine federal poverty level. With the expansion of MaineCare and more Mainers getting insurance on the healthcare marketplace, I'm proposing we consider a threshold of 350% of the federal poverty level. This bill leaves the RFP, the contracting process, and the rulemaking process to identify a nonprofit provider up to the Department of Health and Human Services. I've listed some of the issues that will need to be clarified in rulemaking and rollout, and I leave it to you to look through the list, and I promise not to read all of it. But the main question might be, do we start with one pharmacy or do we start with multiple pharmacies? Do we start with one nursing home? Do we go with multiple? When I talked with pharmacies and nursing homes the last time, there was general acceptance of the concept and an interest in pursuing it because they too hate to see medicines destroyed that could otherwise be reused. Such a program would remove medicines from our waste stream, help protect our environment and the people of Maine, and increase the percentage of people filling and taking their prescriptions, thereby improving the health of our neighbors and lowering overall state health costs. Thank you for the opportunity to present this possibility. With other states already doing this and with identified nonprofit providers out there, we should be able to establish a Maine version drawing from others' experiences. I welcome your question and thank you again for the opportunity of presenting this bill.
That was unusual. I'm not usually muted. Thank you, Senator Claxton. Representative Tepler.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for presenting this bill again, Senator Claxton. We got some testimony from Mike Allen, the Associate Commissioner for Tax Policy, and it indicates that there's some problematic issues with the tax credit that's included in the bill. And I'm wondering if you think that the program would work well, even if we eliminated the tax credit, since there is an already existing tax credit for donations.
I trust that Mainers want to help other Mainers and that there are free clinics who'd like to tap into this resource. We don't have to create this whole cloth, and I would be perfectly comfortable to consider this without a tax credit, reserving the option at some future date to add to the tax credit if we weren't getting the participation we had hoped for. But I defer to the let's help your neighbor ethic of Mainers.
Thank you.
Representative Quinn.
Hello, thank you, Madam Chair, and hello, Senator Claxton.
Hello.
I think that this is actually a really great idea. I do medical missions overseas, and we've always been able to take medications over there, and I thought it would be great to be able to do that within our state because we do have a lot of waste. My question, in the nursing home facilities, if this medication is turned back over, since the state paid for that originally, is there any sort of income coming back to the state for what it paid out?
I can see the pharmacies that supply the nursing homes, which is a smaller subset of the total pharmacies in the state, being willing to credit the nursing homes perhaps, and charging a small rehandling fee, which would be part of the deal. The other thing that I didn't emphasize was that this is, with so many partners scattered around the country, our contribution might well go to a central processing area, not just in Maine, but by the same token, we could also use the free clinics could apply for the medicines that they identified that they would be helpful for them to have available. And now we're talking about a national or regional collection system. Again, we don't have to set it up. That's the advantage. But in the pharmacies I talked to, the possibility was raised. They certainly didn't sign off on it, but be more than willing to explore it and understand what the implications. The partner organizations sign up for a certain fee, depending whether you're a small or large nursing home, for instance. And that allows you to get your medicines directly to or back to the pharmacy and then on to this distribution process that we would identify.
Thank you very much.
Senator Claxton, I don't know how much testimony there's going to be behind you. We received some written testimony on the bill, but I don't have other people signed up to testify. So I'm going to ask you, the issue that always arises with this bill is about chain of custody of pharmaceuticals and safety and adulteration. So my understanding the last time we talked about this bill was that it really only applied to the types of drugs that are dispensed in sort of tamper-resistant foil packaging, where you push each pill through the foil, and so it would be very evident that it hadn't been tampered with if the foil wasn't broken. That seems like an extremely small subset of medicines, at least in my experience, that only a few medicines come that way. So can you speak to whether this program can expand beyond those foil blister pack type packaging, or whether if it is intended to be just the blister packs, if it's worth it, right? Like, does it encompass enough things that we should bother with it?
Well, I'm glad to hear that you haven't spent any time in the pharmacy component of any of our local nursing homes.
No.
It's a huge volume of medicines that go through there, and each of these has to come in a blister pack. So if I'm taking 10 days of my taking a month of my hypertension medicine, I'm getting a 30-day blister pack. If the medicine's not adequate on day 10, and we have to double the dose, I can't take 2 of those out of that blister pack because the blister pack is day by day. So the other 20 go back to the pharmacy to be destroyed, and a new pack arrives. So there is a huge volume of medicines that come blister packed, and more are coming that way if you contract it through Amazon or some of the other pharmacies that deliver to the house. This is Monday's pill pack. This is Tuesday's. Mm-hmm. But as far as the chain of command goes, or chain of control, if those medicines go back to the originating pharmacy, in the case that I worked with most closely, that was Bedard's, and the nursing home was Clover, they would have very strict controls. There's a control number on each of those 30-day pill packs, and they could control and see that those hadn't been disrupted. The other point is that supplies are often included in this whole program. And to get a pack of Depends or diapers or any number of other things that haven't been opened yet for whatever reason would help a lot of people, especially in the DME world, durable medical equipment world.
Representative Quint?
Yes, just to step forward with the nursing home pill packs, I mean, it's extraordinary. And the people that I train, we deal with that a lot because they have to have at least a 5-day supply available. So if someone were to die and they still have 2 of the month that we're in, we already have the next 30-day supply sitting there waiting for them in-house. And most people, honestly, between 5 and 10 minutes is not unusual to be handing out. So it's a massive quantity in most nursing care facilities. So as far as the chain of command, you did sort of bring that up, Senator Sanborn, and it made me think about it. As far as the narcotics, Senator Claxton, what sort of safeguards would be included in that with those going back in the pill pack?
Most of the entities that I found out about who would be willing contractors for this kind of thing don't participate in the recycling or redistribution of controlled substances. There are too many risks, too little reward, and it's just not a liability that anybody wants to be exposed to. So that would, and I think it's mentioned that way in the legislation, if you have a chance to read it, that controlled substances would not be included in this effort. But your experience with nursing homes is the one that drove me crazy for, a decade or 2 or 3, as I saw these things being wasted or redistributed. So that's what got me thinking about this and talking with some of the pharmacists and nursing homes around town.
Senator Claxton, just again, showing my naivete, I don't obviously work in a nursing home and have been glad to not have any loved ones there recently that I needed to manage the medicines for. So are the blister packs created at the pharmacy sort of specifically for each patient?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, that's helpful. Representative Tepler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And my question, Senator Claxton, is it seems that the retail folks have some concerns about the chain of control in terms of individual donations. But I'm also hearing that your bill is primarily focused on donations from nursing home institutions. Is that what we should be focused on with this bill, and not worry so much about the individual donations?
Well, I think that's by volume, that's the most important one, but those are the ones who are less likely to get distributed to somebody else or end up in our water supply, because the pharmacies are responsible for destroying the medicines that come back from the nursing homes. So I think that's not the stuff that ends up in our aquifers and our rivers. It's the individuals, and more people are getting pill packs because it's so much easier to keep track of where you are on today's medicine. If those of you who don't have an experience with trying to keep straight 10 or 15 or 20 medicines, that's good. I'm pleased for all of you. For those of us who've had to try and work with patients to try and get it to happen in the right sequence, at the right time, on the right day, pill packs, individual pill packs are a godsend. I personally get one of my medicines in a very long prescription bottle, so they can take the pill pack, fold it up, and wedge it in there so they can send it to me. It's still in the blister pack. So I think we're seeing more and more of that as a way to make sure patients are taking, or to help patients take medicines as prescribed and on time. So yes, the answer to your question is the largest volume comes out of nursing homes. It's the individual who, having received these medicines for whatever reason and no longer having use for them, to be able to drop those in an envelope, seal it, put it in the mail, they don't have to subscribe. Most of the places that are not profit are supported by donations because people feel that this is their calling to really keep this stuff away from our environment and to not be in the hands of somebody taking a medication inadvertently and inaccurately.
And would those individual people who are putting that medication, those blister packs would go back to the pharmacy that issued them?
Not necessarily. If they're in their blister packs and they're coming from an individual, they could be dropped in a mailer to go to central processing. Each of the blister packs has a description of the medicine, the date that it expires, and a control number. And that allows the receiving donation center, redistribution center, to process these and verify that these are medicines that are okay to redistribute, because you have to be careful about the expiration date too.
Yes, yes. Mr. Picard wrote us a letter about some issues of federal laws for medicine and disposal, and whether we could meet that standard with your bill. And I don't know, I'm hearing that we probably can, but I just want to point that out. Thank you.
Again, the advantage to this year's bill is it doesn't require the department to create that. There are a number of not-for-profits out there, and I've been avoiding using a name, that will do this kind of thing under contract
Thank you.
to meet state stipulations.
And federal
Representative Arford.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Thank you, Senator Claxton, for being with us today. So obviously this would be, if this program was to go forward and meet all the requirements, it would be a win-win for the people who have purchased the medications and now can no longer use them, and they're at least going to a good use, and for those who desperately need them and can't afford them. I'm wondering, would this be competing with any other program that's already in place? I mean, clearly this is something that's seeking a solution, and are there other solutions out there that we would want to be aware of at this point?
Not that I'm aware of, and I certainly don't want to compete with something that's working and established. This was, I think, one of a number of bills that you all are hearing about how to better control the presence of medicine just out there in general. And certainly there is no intent to step on or confound anybody else's efforts to do this. This was offered in November in circumstances that are different than we are finding ourselves in now, but it would allow DHHS and others to look at a potential process for recycling these medicines, and one that seems to be successful in quite a number of other states.
Thank you.
Senator Claxton, I think it was in your testimony, but I don't have it in front of me. Was there a list of other states that have these programs in operation?
No, but
your
I can get you
testimony?
one I'd be glad to do a little research and get one for the work session.
I think that would be really helpful. Thank you. All right. Are there any other questions for Senator Claxton? All right. Seeing none, I think I will just ask if there's anyone in our Zoom meeting who wishes to testify in any capacity with regard to this bill. Please raise your electronic hand. All right, seeing none, I'll close the hearing on LD 1584. Thank you,
you for the
Senator
opportunity.
Claxton, for joining us. All right. So what the rest of our afternoon looks like, committee, is that we are going to hear LD 1706, which has, I would guess, probably 45 minutes of testimony if I had to estimate based on the number of people signed up to testify. And then we have 2 work sessions, I think neither of which will be terribly long if I had to guess, but both need some time. So that said, and knowing how much email I have because of yesterday's session, I'm going to suggest that we take a relatively lengthier lunch break than we sometimes do, until 2 rather than 1:30, just to give everybody a minute to like catch up a little bit. How does that sound to everybody? Is that all right? Okay. All right. I'm getting some head nods. So so we will reconvene at 2 p.m. We'll start immediately with Senator Jackson's LD 1706, unless he's not available at that time, in which case we'll take one of the work sessions first in order to give him time to arrive, given his busy schedule as the Senate President. Okay, so that's the plan. And we'll see you back at 2 o'clock, and I'll send a note to our caucus with regard to caucusing. And we'll see you at 2. Thanks.
Good afternoon.
Where am I? Oh, there.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. All right. We'll just wait for a couple more folks to arrive and then we'll do our public hearing right away. All right, wonderful. I know we've got a few more folks just finding the link and joining. Be here any minute. Okay, I think other folks are going to be in very shortly, but let's get started because I know President Jackson has a meeting he needs to get back to. So we will, oh, I'm not a co-host, so someone else will bring President Jackson in for me. And we will open a public hearing on LD 1706. Senator Jackson, as soon as you're ready, you can go ahead. Jackson, you should be able to unmute and go ahead when you have a chance. You may be listening to another meeting, sort of like when we caught Senator Claxton off guard.
Sure.
There he is. Okay. Welcome, Senator Jackson.
Thank you, Senator Sanborn. I'm having all kinds of technology issues here, and I appreciate your ability to move things around today. Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health Coverage, Insurance, and Financial Services. My name is Troy Jackson. I serve as President of the Maine Senate and have the great honor of representing Senate District 1, which is made up of the good people of Northern Mercer County. I'm here today to introduce LD 1706, an act to require appropriate coverage of and cost sharing for generic drugs and biosimilars. Mainers spend more than the national average on healthcare. National average in 2014 was $8,045, and the average in Maine in 2014 was $9,531. In addition, the United States spends more on healthcare per capita than any other developed country. Of the more than $9,500 we spend on healthcare each year, more than $1,000 of that is spent on prescription drugs alone. Maine's average for prescription drugs and other medical non-durables was $1,159 in 2014. These are the numbers that are responsible for the stories we hear from our constituents far too often. Stories about skipping doses, cutting pills in half, and living in fear that one misstep or a run of bad luck will put life-saving medication out of reach. I'm incredibly proud of the work that we've done the past few years to tackle the high cost of prescription drugs. However, knowing that 1 in 4 Americans still struggles to pay for their prescription drugs, and that over 13% of American adults have lost a friend or family member because they could not afford medical treatment, certainly gives me no comfort. That's why I'm continuing the fight today by presenting this bill. LD 1706 ensures Mainers have access to prescription drugs that they rely on at the lowest cost possible. Ideally, healthcare would be free and accessible to all Mainers. However, until we are able to create a system that acknowledges healthcare as a human right, Mainers should be able to make healthcare decisions based on cost. In addition, if the cheapest drugs were on the lowest formulary tier, we'd be able to make decisions that save us money. The system seems straightforward, but the reality is that all the players involved manipulate the system to grow their own bottom lines. Instead of placing cheap generics on the lowest cost sharing formulary tiers, often those drugs end up on higher tiers because of complex payment arrangements between manufacturers, PBMs, and insurance companies. When consumers pay the full price of lower tier brand name drugs because they haven't hit their deductible, or when co-insurance is based on the full price, consumers face the high price consequences of formulary manipulation. Shouldn't the lowest cost drugs always be the cheapest for consumers to buy? This bill aligns incentives so that drugs that cost less to manufacture are available to consumers in comparably lower prices. This puts more money in Mainers' pockets instead of corporations. The bill requires that health plans offer at least one generic form of any branded drug included on the formulary, and that the generic form is offered on a lower cost sharing tier than the branded equivalent. The generics must be offered for a meaningful lower amount, which will encourage patients to use those drugs instead of being steered toward the branded counterparts that provide the same treatment at a much higher cost. Although the bill will lead to lower prices for consumers, it does not and could not interfere with patent protections that will continue to incentivize advancement in pharmaceuticals for the benefit of patients. While brand name drugs tend to get the most public scrutiny, generic drugs and manufacturers are not innocent of imposing dramatic price increases or playing pricing games. In fact, there are a number of lawsuits alleging price fixing among generics. Obviously, there's a bill in your committee that I have talking about price gouging for generics. But this bill, along with some other vital bills that are heard in this committee on prescription drug pricing, I believe will provide an important safeguard against prescription drug price inflations caused by nothing more than corporate greed. I certainly look forward to working with all of you to help pass this bill. I did speak with the Bureau of Insurance about this. They definitely have some legitimate questions about that. Certainly think that I can answer, we can answer a lot of them to put their mind at ease. But this is obviously an issue of times that whenever there is a generic that is cheaper for people, should be cheaper for people, unfortunately, it's not offered in some of these plans. People don't even know about it, or they're certainly not told by the pharmacists that they could get this because it's not part of their plan. So that's why I brought the bill forward. We had it last year too. It's a tough one. I honestly, today, my head's probably not wrapped around this as well as it was last week. But I still believe that there is an issue here that should be addressed and a way to make it better for all of our constituents. So with that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you, President Jackson. Are there questions for President Jackson? Okay, seeing none, we thank you for joining us.
Thanks for making it work. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. All right, and next we will hear from Ashley Van Meter. I seem to not be able to, oh, there she is. She's moving now. Okay. Good afternoon, Ms. Van Meter.
Hi, I will keep it just on the audio. For some reason, whenever I turn my camera on, it keeps freezing.
Sure, no problem. Go ahead.
I just wanted to come in to testify, Senate President Jones that
Ms. Van Meter, we're not able to hear you clearly, so I am going to ask either Colleen
represents
or
all the generic,
Ms. Van
generics
Meter.
and biosimilar manufacturers last session, and think it is one of.
Ms. Van Meter, we can't hear you, so we're going to ask Sabrina or Colleen to send you an email with a telephone number, so you could just call in on an audio only line because we're not able to hear you clearly. So you should just be looking for that in your email right away, and then once we see you dial in, we will bring you back in as the next person to testify. Okay.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thanks. All right. So hopefully that will work. I know Christian was able to do that last time we had this issue. Colleen and Sabrina, does one of you have access to Ms. Van Meter's email so you can send her a link?
I believe
phone
that I
number?
do. So
Okay.
I will do that shortly.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you. All right. So just give me a moment. Okay. Next, we will hear from Erica Satterwhite. And I will bring her in. Good afternoon. Welcome. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, members of the Health Coverage Insurance and Financial Services Committee. My name is Erica Satterwhite. I'm head of global policy at Viatris. I'm here to express my support for LD 1706. First, a word about Viatris. Viatris is a new kind of healthcare company. We aim to deliver increased access to affordable quality medicine for patients here in the US and around the world, regardless of geography or circumstance. Our global portfolio includes a unique blend of generic medicines, biosimilars, and brand medicines across a wide range of therapeutic areas. LD 1706 will help Mainers pay less for prescription drugs. It's that simple. Generic medicines save Mainers $70 million each year, but many patients are still paying for expensive brand name drugs when lower cost equivalent generic drugs are available. A bit of background about it. Insurance companies compile lists of drugs they cover each plan year that are called formularies. Drugs on the formulary are assigned to different tiers, which then correspond to the out-of-pocket portion patients are responsible for paying. Tiering was originally designed to incentivize patients to be able to choose lower priced generics or brands, which can be preferred by the plan by placing them on a list with lower patient out-of-pocket costs than other medicines in the therapeutic class. Unfortunately, this access to lower priced generics is happening less and less. Insurance companies are now choosing to not cover generics or placing them on the same or higher tiers than their brand equivalent, so they can continue to receive the rebates offered by the brand manufacturer after generics come to market, which results in patients endlessly spending more on expensive brand medicines. In our view, there's really no need to overcomplicate this. Generics should always be made available to patients when they come to market, and they should be placed on a lower tier with lower cost sharing than the brand equivalent to drive those savings at the pharmacy counter for those patients. And the materials submitted, you'll find some real world examples of Maine health plans that we looked at where patients would not receive the full benefit of a generic drug being on a lower formulary tier. We believe that this problem is important in terms of the number of patients who are impacted, but also because this really is focused as well on competition for the higher price brand drugs, including specialty. It's a small subset of drugs, but those are the ones with the real outsized cost impact to patients. Brand specialty drugs account for roughly 2% of all prescriptions, but nearly 50% of all drug spending in the United States. We believe LD 1706 will really help Maine consumers and allow them to fill their prescriptions without overpaying at the pharmacy counter. Maine patients are currently being deprived of out-of-pocket savings because brand rebates are increasingly incentivizing plans to steer patients away from lower-cost generics. I would really like to thank President Jackson for presenting this bill and for his leadership to ensure Mainers have access to affordable medicine. We believe LD 1706 is an effective solution to deliver savings directly to Maine patients at the pharmacy counter, and I would encourage the committee to vote pass. Thank you for the opportunity to address the committee today. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Satterwhite. Are there questions for Ms. Satterwhite? All right, so I'm looking at your testimony, and you reference, or there's sort of a page at the end that has sort of some nice graphic design that references Advair discus, which is an asthma medicine. And what I'm trying to understand, there's nowhere in this paragraph that it says that the generic versions are actually less expensive than Advair, or would be less expensive to the plan than Advair. So I'm curious if you could address that. Can you speak to whether the generics for that asthma medicine are actually less expensive than Advair?
Yeah, thanks very much for the question, Senator Sanborn. From our view of the available information around the list prices of these drugs, the generics are significantly less expensive. The wholesale acquisition cost of the brand Advair is over $500 for 1 month, according to IQVIA, whereas the wholesale acquisition cost for the generic version is $150 for that same drug.
Okay. And so you're attributing the preferential formulary treatment for Advair to rebates. Is that right?
That's our understanding of the likely costs. But of course, we're not privy to the direct contract, since it's possible there's other elements.
Sure. And I guess I'm wondering if you've seen any change in that, since Maine does have the most restrictive rules regarding rebating, I think, in the country, with regard to requiring that all of the benefit of any rebate be passed 100% through, and that PBMs be compensated only as an administrative cost. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, thanks very much for that. And thanks for your work on LD 1504 and making sure that goes through. We believe that 1706 is very complementary to that. I think that really our focus here is around the impact when there is generic competition, ensuring that rebates aren't, even if there are elements in which they either are passed through premiums or otherwise, that they're not preventing the ongoing ability of sustainable competition in the marketplace. We haven't seen a direct impact of the enactment of that on this specific situation yet. We can continue to monitor, of course, but we certainly believe it is complementary, because of course rebates do continue to play a role when there is no generic competition. Our focus is really when there is generic competition, that is an important element of the pharmaceutical system in the US in terms of being able to provide that real market competition in a way that benefits consumers. And our concern with this is that even if rebates, for example, on the brand drug are being used to lower sort of overall premiums, or even if the rebates on the brand, for in some certain cases, we're able to benefit the plan or PBM more than the generic. Ultimately, our view is that there needs to be a healthy marketplace that incentivizes that competition in perpetuity. And if brands are blocking generics from achieving the ability to reach patients, there won't be as much interest in bringing those generics. And so really what we're looking at is, in the case when there is generic competition, how we're looking at correcting those incentives to make sure that patients really benefit from those today, but also in the future.
Thank you for that. If we were to pass this law, what is the incentive for a generics manufacturer to not simply set its prices at the same as the brand name drug, since it's going to be required to be covered on the formulary at the lowest possible rate, so they could charge whatever they want, and the insurer has to pay it because the state law says they do.
So thanks very much for that question. I think it's a really important one to cover here. The way that generic pricing works is really predicated on competition, and it's across the entire nation, right? And so what our view of the dynamics impacted by this would be that also generics are not listed by each manufacturer on the formulary. It's essentially the molecule name that's listed on the formulary. Which generic gets dispensed is dependent on the negotiations that take place about which generic is going to be stocked by a pharmacy. And so there's a lot of back-end competition and price competition that goes on in the generic market space that's very different from how brand competition takes place. So generics typically don't rebate, which is why there's this issue at hand where the brand usually rebates and is able to provide those rebates to then secure formulary position, where it's the generics don't typically engage in that discussion because it's just the molecule that's listed. Any given manufacturer will then negotiate on the side of the wholesaler pharmacy stocking. And so there's still plenty of competition in the generic space since it's not typically a specific product that's being listed on the formulary.
Okay. Are there additional questions from Ms. Satterwhite? Okay. Seeing none, thank you. And thanks for answering my questions.
Thank you.
I suspect Ms. Van Meter is back. So I am going to call on her next. Ms. Van Meter, you should be able to unmute yourself and go ahead. I'm not sure what the code is to unmute. Representative Quint knows though. What do you press to unmute?
It's *6.
*6. Ms. Van Meter, if you can hear me, you can press *6 to speak to the committee. Go ahead.
Yep, I'm unmuted. Do you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Hi, my name is Ashley Van Meter. I'm from AAM, the association that represents the nation's leading generic and biosimilar manufacturers. We just wanted to testify in support of this bill. We have worked in previous sessions on this sort of bill with Senator Jackson and also with this committee. We have seen both in Medicare and now it's increasing much more in the commercial plans in the states where generics are getting put on unbeneficial tiers or they're being put on the same tiers. And therefore the first generics and then as more generics come onto the market, they're not getting picked up. And the number one reason for that is, I believe, I've heard others testify, are the rebates that are getting paid and that the PBMs and the plans want to enjoy receiving those rebates. And I understand in the past we talked about the law in Maine that had been passed on rebates and passing it on to consumers. Unfortunately, we're still seeing generics not getting picked up, meaning there's unnecessary costs and also savings that are not being enjoyed by consumers at the pharmacy in Maine and across the country. We've seen in the course of time that we haven't passed, that this bill has not passed since it was in last session as well, we've seen a definite increase in this problem and believe that with the enactment of this and with generics getting their own tier, or not being forced onto less beneficial tiers, you're going to see more competition in the marketplace, which is always good for consumers. They're going to have more choice. I understand that plans and PBMs don't necessarily like this if they're not going to get the rebates because, as was mentioned, generics typically do not use them. So we would just encourage the committee to, in addition to what has already been done to help curb the cost of healthcare in Maine, to pass LD 1706, and we would enjoy working with the committee through work sessions to see if there's additional questions or ways that we can show data that we have on a multitude of drugs when there is a generic. Because of rebates, as many as 8 out of 10 times the plans are picking the more expensive brand product instead of the generic. So I can stop there and answer any questions and then offer to come back during work session with a lot of the data that we did through studies with Avalier and others.
Thank you, Ms. Van Meter. Are there any questions for Ms. Van Meter? All right, seeing none, I'm so glad we were able to get a clear line to you and we were able to hear your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Perfectly, thank you. All right, next we will hear from Kate Endy.
Good afternoon, Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, and members of the committee. My name is Kate Endy, and I am the Policy Director at Consumers for Affordable Healthcare. As you know, we serve as Maine's insurance consumer assistance program and provide help to people enrolling in coverage and navigating their insurance coverage, including accessing prescription drugs. It's our experience with that work that drives our support for this bill today. We know that the experiences of our helpline callers are not unique in having difficulty affording prescription drugs. In fact, polling conducted last October by Critical Insights revealed that drug affordability was one of the most common healthcare-related concerns among Maine people, and that nearly 3/4 of Mainers reported that they were concerned about prescription drug costs. And I know I don't need to go into all of the information that's, I know that you are all very familiar with about the rising cost of prescription drugs. So I will skip that, but it's in my written testimony if you're able to take a look later. But for those reasons, we do support policies that help lower the cost of drugs for individuals, as long as they don't hinder the individual's ability to access and afford medically appropriate medication and care. The committee has taken significant steps to address this issue. Last session, by passing the first comprehensive prescription drug pricing legislation, as well as the consideration of a number of bills this session. One topic that does arise is the need to access less expensive generic drugs and biosimilars. In some situations, even when generics or biosimilars are available, health plans don't always steer consumers in that direction. As you're aware, we all benefit when people utilize the most cost-efficient and medically appropriate care and drugs. However, how can we expect consumers to choose less expensive generics and biosimilars if they're not covered by their health plan or incentivized to do so by the structure of their benefits? As an example, there were some health plans in Maine that put all prescription drugs used to treat HIV, including generic drugs, at the highest cost-sharing tier as a specialty drug. And that practice is often referred to as adverse tiering, and there's multiple issues with that, including the fact that it could be discriminatory and can deter consumers with certain high-cost health conditions from enrolling in particular plans. But it also undermines efforts to control prescription drug spending in order to lower overall costs to our healthcare system. And so if a consumer is given the option of paying the same amount for a brand name or generic, there's not much of an incentive to choose the lower price option. Biosimilars and generics play an important role in creating competition and driving down prices, but only if consumers are given access to those alternatives and experience the financial benefit from selecting the lower cost option. And with that, I am happy to answer questions, and thank you all for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Endy. Are there questions for Ms. Endy? All right, seeing none. We thank you for joining us today. And I keep losing my list. There we go. I will ask if there's anyone else in our meeting who had intended to testify in favor of the bill. Please raise your electronic hand at this time. Seeing no hands raised, I will move on to those registered to testify in opposition to the bill. And I will call first on Sam Hallmeyer.
Hey, good afternoon, Chair Sanborn, Chair Tepler, and members of the committee. My name is Sam Hallmeyer, and I'm here on behalf of Pharmaceutical Care Management Association, otherwise known as PCMA, to oppose LD 1706, which is an act to require appropriate coverage and cost sharing of generic drugs and biosimilars. PCMA is the National Trade Association representing America's PBMs, which administer prescription drug plans for more than 266 million Americans. I did submit written testimony today, but I'd like to take some time to highlight some key points in that now. In the prescription drug marketplace, carriers and PBMs use formularies and cost-sharing tiers that will provide medication at various price points based on a patient's plan design. The ability for plans to negotiate the lowest net cost possible for their patients is crucial, and this bill we think would obstruct that ability. Again, lowest net cost is what I want the focus to be on here. This bill would undermine the negotiations made on behalf of patients to get to that lowest net cost, no matter if the drug is a generic, brand, or biosimilar. The issue we think here is generic exclusivity, where there is no generic competition. When a brand loses its patent, clinically equivalent generics can enter the market. There is about a 6-month or so exclusivity period where the generic can be priced almost as much or just under the brand until those other generics enter the market. Typically, we see those brand manufacturers offer those rebates that was mentioned on the branded product, which results in a lower net cost due to no competition in the generic marketplace yet. I have heard and reviewed some of the proponent testimony saying that PBMs want the patient to take the brand so the PBM can get the rebate. Well, LD 1504, which passed in 2019, was already mentioned. Additionally, I did recently testify in front of this committee on a step therapy and prior authorization bill, which is LD 1268, which was Senator Stewart's bill, where the PBM wants the patient to take the less expensive and proven safe generic medication over the brand due to that, again, lower net cost to the patient and plan. This bill would also give an advantage to biosimilars, where biosimilars manufacturers, they don't always have to offer rebates because there is either no competition or they're protected by patents. Similarly, in the specialty marketplace, rarely are generics created, so there's a lack of competition in this space as well. This bill was voted ought not to pass in this committee last year, and I urge the committee to vote that way again to control costs. It's for these reasons that I just mentioned that we oppose LD 1706, and now I'm happy to answer any questions at this time of the committee.
Are there questions for Mr. Hollemeyer? Representative Brooks.
Hi, I have a question that that's related to this. It has to do with the small independent pharmacies. And I know that that my pharmacy, for example, sees situations where the brand name like Advair was one that came up, and that used to be one that patients would get steered to. But the independent pharmacy has a net loss there, like $190 or something like that. They had to cover the loss, so they're actually dispensing something and losing money on it. And that was recently changed to the generic form. But there was also just recently a prescription that my doctor wanted me to have filled, and the pharmacist was faced with the same issue, that on a less than a month supply of this medicine, they would lose over $200. So I think that's a real issue, and I don't know what we can do to solve it, but I just wanted to know if there's any comment on that.
Thank you, Representative Brooks, for the question. To repeat back, the question was around the pharmacy taking a loss on filling a prescription?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm happy to gather information for you on that, but I'm trying to grasp how that's related to this bill at hand we're discussing now. I'm happy to give you information, but I'm just trying to understand the question to make sure I can answer it in relation to this bill, and I'm happy to have a conversation outside of this as well.
Yeah, I just have seen situations where a patient might be steered towards a brand name medicine, but then it causes an issue at the pharmacy counter. Like with the rebates, it seems like it's a not ideal situation that the pharmacy has to pay money in order for the patient to have their prescription filled there. So I do think it's related, and it's a similar type of issue. And there are also situations where patients are steered towards a mail order pharmacy or a participating pharmacy, and they can have a brand. They can have
Representative Brooks. I am going to cut you off
Okay.
there. Just I think the issues around mail order and like which pharmacy is dispensing and those kinds of issues are outside the scope of the bill, which regulates coverage on a formulary instead of reimbursement to pharmacies. So I will, ask you to take advantage of Mr. Hollemeyer's offer to talk with you about that in a different forum. But we're going to move on. Thanks, Representative Tepler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Hollemeyer, thank you for being here. I guess I need to understand more clearly how the lowest cost medications from the manufacturer's point of view shouldn't be also the lowest cost medications that come to the consumer. What happens in that chain that connects the manufacturers to the formulary that one's insurer has that makes it so it's not the cheapest medication to manufacture is not the cheapest medication for me to buy?
I apologize, Representative Tepler. I'm not sure I don't follow your question here.
So this bill is about the fact that sometimes when people go to the pharmacy and they get a medication that's on the formulary for their coverage, that the medication that's less expensive to them is not always the least expensive medication to manufacture. And I need to understand what happens between the point where that medication is manufactured and the patient goes to the pharmacy to pick it up, that it becomes that a medication that's not the least expensive for them to purchase.
So I think you're alluding to the rebate system that PBMs negotiate through their buying power. So when a manufacturer sets the list price, PBMs are able to negotiate rebates. It's one of the tools we have to lower costs. So even though the list price might be set, the PBM negotiates the rebate, and after those rebates, then it ends up being lower. Does that answer your question? I'm having a hard time.
If the rebate is passed on to the consumer, that might be the case. But what happens? How is it that that those rebates happen, and why do they happen?
It's one of the tools that PBMs have to lower costs. So when a manufacturer sets a list price, the PBMs will use their negotiating buying power of millions of Americans to get that at a lower cost. And due to the passage of LD 1504, I believe is in 2019, those rebate dollars have to either be applied to the patient at the counter or to lower premiums. And I believe a report has to be generated at the end of the year.
Yes.
On where those rebate, I don't have that report. I don't know if I've seen a report quite yet. So I don't have that information. I can look into it.
Well, we've seen the first report. It wasn't super informative yet because there isn't a lot of data yet, but hopefully there will be. I think my concern is slightly different. It's maybe how a generic medication could, how through rebates, why would a rebate be so extreme that a patented medication might be cheaper than a generic medication?
Okay, I can attempt to answer that. And I would think my best guess here is that those generic manufacturers don't know what the rebates that the PBMs have negotiated with. So when the generics set their list price, I believe that they're coming as close as they can to make a profit. So even though they don't know what that rebate might be that the PBM is getting, I would imagine that they're making their best guess there. So if they come out at a price point and it ends up being higher than what the branded rebated drug is, that's where the PBM would prefer that branded drug, again, due to that net cost being lower than the list price of the generic. So the PBM would choose that branded drug because, again, lower net cost is lower than the price of the generic list price. It's a really wordy way. I apologize for that. And I'm happy to follow up with you here. But that's the case that we're dealing here with, is there's not enough generic competition, or the list price of the generic drug is higher than the net after the rebates of those branded medications.
Or the black box of the rebates is contributing to overall price increases. We could see it that way also, I think, don't you think?
Representative Tepler, I understand your comment there, but again, with the passage of LD 1504, those rebate dollars are applied at the point of sale or have to be applied to premiums for patients and plans.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hollmeyer, and I appreciate it. Any other questions from the committee? I have to, I'm taking over for a moment or two anyway for our other chair. So seeing none, we appreciate your being here and giving us your testimony, Mr. Hollmeyer.
Thank you.
And next, I will call Ms. Ossenfort from Blue Cross Blue Shield from Anthem to speak in opposition to the bill.
Good afternoon, Representative Tepler, Senator Sanborn, and members of the Health Coverage, Insurance, and Financial Services Committee. My name is Christine Ossenfort. I'm the Director of Government Relations for Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield in South Portland, and I appear before you this afternoon to testify in opposition to LD 1706. As Mr. Hollmeyer noted, and other speakers have also referenced, the committee considered similar legislation last year and voted it ought not to pass. Proponents would have the committee believe that all generics are low cost, and that is simply not the case. While they may be in certain instances lower cost than the brand name, that does not necessarily make them low cost. Senator Jackson expressed concern about price gouging, and we are concerned that if this legislation passes, it will enable price gouging for generics. It would require the same cost share be applied to a generic drug, whether that drug costs $60, $600, or $6,000. For example, in the testimony provided by Ms. Satterwhite, she referenced a couple of drugs covered under Anthem's, one of Anthem's state health insurance exchange plans. The name brand is significantly more expensive than the generic, but for example, Afinitor and the generic Everolimus, the total cost under our plan for the name brand is nearly $16,000. The generic costs nearly $7,000. So while it is cheaper, it is not cheap. And those savings are reflected in the application of the coinsurance. The member pays significantly less if the generic is in fact cheaper, even if they are on the same tier. And moving the cost from cost sharing requirements to premium, for example, if all generics have to be treated the same and are subject to a copay, you risk either all generics becoming subject to coinsurance, or more cost gets embedded in the plan, which makes the plan more unaffordable, and it doesn't help people if the plan provides more generous coverage for prescription drugs if they can't afford the plan in the first place. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have, and of course I'll be present at your work session as well.
Questions from the committee for Ms. Ossenfort? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony, Ms. Ossenfort. And now we'll turn to Ms. Pelletreau from the Maine Association of Health Plans to testify in opposition to the bill.
Good afternoon, Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, members of the committee. My name is Catherine Pelletreau. I'm the Executive Director of the Maine Association of Health Plans. I have, whoops, sorry, noisy over there. I have put in written testimony for your review. I'm not going to read it. I'm going to try to highlight some points for you briefly. You've heard from others about the previous track record of this bill in the legislature. This committee voted it unanimously ought not to pass in the 129th. I think one of the things that hasn't been kind of accurately focused on or appropriately focused on in the preceding testimony is how much use of generics there is in the commercial population. One of our plans has estimated it at between 85 and 90%. As you're all familiar with, there's a law in Maine that requires generic substitution unless a doctor specifically asks for the brand name drug. So I want you to understand that we are not talking about the vast majority of drugs. We're talking about a small number of drugs, generics or biosimilars that are priced higher than the brand name. So for us, from the health insurance perspective, the key metric is the lowest net cost. Whether, typically because of rebates, as you've heard. So we want to make sure that we negotiate the lowest possible cost for our members, regardless of whether it's a generic, a similar, or a brand. That's really the bottom line. I mean, why would an insurer cover a generic that costs $100 when the brand name with the rebate costs $75? I mean, that would be a disservice to our membership. I understand you've seen the report that just came out from LD 1504. The first report was due in March. I know it's not as robust as you might like to see, but that is in place and there is a requirement on the books, and you have a mechanism for tracking that and seeing how those rebates are directly applied for consumer benefit. I do want to just mention the 180-day exclusivity period that is possible for generics to get. This is for new generics coming on the market. You'll see a little bit of discussion in my testimony of it. But this does, it creates an additional challenge for carriers, because during that first 180 days, the introductory price of a generic may be set higher, and then it comes down after that 180 days, creating an environment where there is generic competition bringing it down. But the initial introduction of a generic doesn't necessarily mean it's at a lower cost. Yeah, I mean, as you've heard, all drugs don't have rebates attached to them. Biosimilars typically don't, generics typically don't, and brands compete on the rebates. So you've heard a lot about the complex dynamics, around drug pricing and purchasing, both on this bill and in other bills that the committee has considered. And it is incredibly complicated. So from the health insurer perspective, the key metric really is, the net purchase price. That is what we care about. We want the lowest possible price that we can then pass through on to our members. Thank you. I'm happy to take any questions.
Questions from the committee for Ms. Pelletreau? All right. Seeing none, that is the end of my list of folks interested in testifying against the bill. And so I'll turn to our participant list, our attendees, and see if anyone else would like to testify on the bill. Seeing no little, I see one. Yes, the superintendent has his hand up and he's testifying neither for nor against the bill, I believe. So we'll bring the superintendent in as our next attendee.
Good afternoon. I thought I was forgotten there for a minute. Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, members of the committee. I am the Superintendent of Insurance, Eric Chapa, and I'm here today to testify neither for nor against LD 1706. I'm not going to read the part of my testimony which describes what the bill does. That's been thoroughly gone over, but I would like to read my technical concerns. which we have several. First, the bill would forbid carriers from putting any brand name drugs in any of their meaningfully lower pricing tiers. Carriers may never want to do this, but I question whether it should be prohibitive if they did. Also, the bill would define meaningfully lower as an amount that significantly incentivizes an enrollee of a health plan to use a generic drug or biosimilar instead of an equivalent branded drug. I support steps to lower the effect of that prescription drug costs have on health plans, but question how disputes over the meaningfulness of an incentive will be resolved. The exemption for a plan that does not use a tiered formula could also be problematic. If a carrier charged a uniformly prohibitive copay coinsurance percentage across the board for all drugs, it would satisfy the requirements of the bill, but would not provide affordable coverage for that carrier's enrollees. It's also not clear why a meaningfully lower coinsurance percentage for generics and biosimilars is required. Even if the percentage is the same, the cost sharing will be meaningfully lower as long as the underlying drug price is lower. And finally, I'm unaware of any complaints related to the issue of generics or biosimilar. Thank you. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Superintendent. Are there questions from the committee for Superintendent Chapa? I have one, Superintendent. Superintendent, do you feel that some of the problem that we're facing here is also the obscure nature of the actual cost to manufacture a drug?
Well, I'm not really qualified to answer that question. I don't know enough about the topic, but I just couldn't even venture a guess. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's okay. I'm sorry I asked you a question that's not in your bailiwick. Senator Sanborn has a question, I think.
Thank you, Representative Tepler. I'm trying to understand how the bill is intended to operate, Superintendent, and I'm wondering if as you read it, all generic drugs would need to be in the same cost sharing tier, whether they cost $6, $60, $60, or $6,000.
Seemingly, but I'd like to discuss that with my attorneys for the work session. I'd rather not hazard. I'd rather be clear on that, but if that's okay.
Sure. I'm looking at it as well and just trying to understand whether it requires that all generics be at the same price or whether they just be at a meaningfully lower price. I don't mean price, the same copay or meaningfully lower copay than their pharmaceutical equivalents.
And on another issue
that's
come up is the reports. They were due March 1st of this year. We've received several and we're still compiling them. I can try and present what we have at the work session, but I would caution, this is the first year of the report. My experience is first year data reporting is often has data quality issues. I don't know that in this context, but I will attempt to give you what we have.
I know that I'm very interested to know what the outcome of 1504 is and whether we're able to track it and whether we need to make any changes to it.
The data may be heavily caveated, but I will present what we have.
I think that would be enormously helpful. Thank you, Superintendent. Any other questions for the Superintendent? Seeing none, we appreciate your testimony. Is there anyone else in the attendee list who would like to testify on this bill? Seeing none, we will close the hearing on LD 1706, an act to require appropriate coverage of and cost sharing for generic drugs and biosimilars. And I believe I will turn the gavel back over to my co-chair to move into work session.
Thank you, Representative Tepler. Okay, so let me change gears here. I think what we would like to do first is to take up LD 1463. So I will open a work session on LD 1463, an act to make healthcare coverage more affordable for working families and small businesses. And have we had a prior work session on this, Colleen? We haven't. We've postponed it a couple times. Okay. So why don't you do a bill analysis for us?
Would you like me to? Okay, sure.
Yeah, just briefly.
Sure.
Shorten it up. That would be great.
Yeah. So I think folks can see this now. I'll just hide my tools pane, make it a little bigger. This is LD 1463, and as Senator Sanborn said, I think you were scheduled to have a work session earlier this week, but tabled it without really having any discussion of the bill. The primary substantive provision of the bill would be the establishment of a healthcare affordability fund to fund activities and initiatives to reduce the cost of health insurance coverage for Maine residents. As part of the enabling legislation, it would require the Commissioner of Health and Human Services to adopt rules to administer the fund and to disperse funds for assistance with the cost of healthcare coverage. It does establish what's called the Healthcare Affordability Assessment to provide the funding for the fund, and that assessment would be paid by health insurance carriers, and it would require the Superintendent of Insurance to adopt rules to administer and enforce collection of the Healthcare Affordability Assessment. There are also provisions for the establishment of what's called the Affordable Healthcare Advisory Group, with representatives of state departments and agencies and other stakeholders to consult on the development of the rules and the administration of the fund and the assessment. There's also provisions for annual reporting by the Commissioner of Health and Human Services to both the governor and to the legislature. One of the primary issues that was raised at the public hearing as for a purpose for using the funds from the assessment will be to address those individuals in Maine and provide financial assistance to those that are affected by what's called the family glitch, which we talked about at the public hearing, and we've talked about in the as a committee previously. And these folks who fall into this glitch do not qualify for marketplace subsidies for individual coverage. And generally the term is used to describe a provision in the Affordable Care Act that an employee's contribution for self-only coverage is less than 9.83% of household income is deemed to have an affordable offer of employer coverage, which then means that the employee and his or her other or family members are ineligible for financial assistance on the marketplace, even if the cost of adding dependents to that employer-sponsored plan would exceed that 9.83% of the family's income. And there have been various estimates about how many Mainers are subject to the family glitch, but the most recent one from the Kaiser Family Foundation estimates about 34,000 Mainers are affected. One of the issues that was raised at the public hearing was whether the state should try to address this issue or whether a fix for the family glitch should be addressed at the federal level. There has been a recent issuance by the Biden administration of an executive order directing consideration of administrative action to address affordability. I would also say that the sort of the administration and the description of some of the effect of the family glitch has been done through Internal Revenue Code regulation. So there may be a possibility for an administrative fix to this issue at the federal level as opposed to a statutory fix, but it has been in place since the implementation of the Federal Affordable Care Act in 2014. So it's something that hasn't been fixed up until this point. There were a few issues primarily raised by carrier representatives and others about the effect of requiring carriers to pay this assessment. It's intended and as drafted to require carriers to pay the assessment at the same rate that they were paying a federal assessment that has now been discontinued and repealed at the federal level. So one of the issues raised was whether the extent to which the assessment may or may not be reflected in current premiums and in future premiums by health insurance carriers. The committee did ask for some more information from the Bureau of Insurance about how the assessment may be reflected in rates either in the past or in the future, and I believe the Bureau is here and can respond to your questions. There were also various estimates from the testimony about the amount that could be raised from the health affordability assessment as set forth in the legislation as drafted. There were also some concerns about the potential scope of who the assessment would apply to, whether it would apply to entities operating Medicare Advantage plans in the state, and the extent to which the assessment might apply to multiple employer welfare arrangements, which are a form of self-insured plan. Something else to think about is based on the discussion this morning, as it relates to the proposal to provide premium assistance to health insurance carriers in the small group market, consider the extent to how this proposal might relate to that, and also the potential impact on the discussions and ongoing consideration of merging the individual and small group markets. And then lastly, I'll just note that if the committee does move forward with the legislation, there are a number of sort of technical issues that I think you might want to address, or I could propose changes to address them in the as part of language review. For instance, the statutory provisions are allocated to Title 24A, yet the language would make the Commissioner of the Department of Health and Human Services responsible for oversight of the program. And so there's just the question about that oversight. There's also some no specific timeline for the year in which the assessment must first be paid and the reporting required, although I think it's implied to be the 2022 plan year, but it could benefit from some clarification to the statute, as well as a specific timeline for adoption of rules. There is one for rules adopted by the Department of Health and Human Services in the legislation, but not a corresponding timeline for the Bureau of Insurance and their rulemaking authority. So there's a few technical things that I think could be cleaned up if the committee moves forward, as well as some of the sort of more substantive questions about the scope of who the assessment is intended to apply to. I think you've gotten some additional information from proponents of the bill about that. And I would also note that you've received additional information from carrier representatives that was emailed to you today as well before the work session. I'm going to stop there. And I'm happy to answer any questions. And I know if you have any specific questions about how this might affect the rate review, the Bureau, folks from the Bureau are here as well.
Thank you, Colleen. So I'll just kick off with what I'm thinking, which was that I sort of did a deep dive to try and figure out what I thought the likelihood was that the federal government under the Biden administration could or would fix the family glitch. It has been in effect for, well, I guess 7 years now. So I think one might say, well, it probably won't get fixed, but actually, the more I read about it and the more I looked, I think there's some recent evidence that it's definitely more possible today that it will be fixed in the next 6 months than it's probably ever been before since 2014. So with that in mind, I'm pretty hesitant to impose a fee that could be directly reflected in premiums. And so I would suggest that what we should do as a committee is to encourage the Biden administration to fix the family glitch, because I think we heard some really compelling testimony about what a trap it is for folks. I mean, we heard testimony from a couple that got divorced because of the family glitch, which, you know, is something our government should never put any family in the position of feeling like they need to have a divorce. So I would suggest that we do a joint resolution as a committee, asking that this, this problem be fixed. I'd love to direct it to the U.S. Treasury, which I think is in charge of the rules here that could potentially fix it from an administrative perspective. And ask, just encourage the federal delegation to support any additional statutory fixes that might be possible as well. So it would be a joint resolution, and then we would carry over say 1463 so that we could determine what to do if we find ourselves, 7 months from now with no fix for a family like the one we heard from that ended up getting divorced because of their health insurance costs. So I'll open it up to the committee for further discussion. Representative Morris.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I certainly agree that I think the federal government does need to fix the family glitch. I think it is unfortunate, the situation of someone getting divorced because they have to pay for their, figure out a way to find health care, and would be fine with a joint resolution as long as all it did was just ask them to fix, laid out the steps, what the issue is that's caused, and ask them to find a solution to fix it instead of, I certainly don't want something that's like proposed in 1463. The second part is I cannot support carrying this bill over because I do not like the funding mechanism that it proposes and how it hits our small businesses. So I won't support the carryover, but I absolutely do support a joint resolution encouraging the federal government to fix the family glitch. Thank you.
Thanks, Representative Morrison. Yeah, just to be clear, it's not a resolution supporting the health insurance assessment. It's the reinstatement of the federal health insurance assessment. It's not that. That's not the content of what I would suggest at all. It's totally focused on the family glitch. I wouldn't talk about the funding source. That's for people with a much higher pay grade than me to figure out at the federal level. They can print money there. Okay. Other comments from the committee. Representative Tepler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As the sponsor of the bill, I'm comfortable with both the joint resolution, which I think, is a great idea, given that the federal government might be on this path, and a little encouragement from us certainly wouldn't hurt. And a carryover is, in my mind, a good idea, because even recognizing that the bill may have some technical issues, I think that it's really important to fix the family glitch for Mainers. And if the federal government can't do it, we're going to have to take another look at this.
Are there additional comments from the committee? Representative Arford.
I feel compelled to chime in here just in support of this, and at the same time saying, I understand I had concerns with the funding mechanism initially, but as I delved deeper into it and came to understand that by actually adding more people to either adding more people to the individual market through allowing them to have subsidies on the exchange, that we would indirectly be lowering the cost for everybody potentially. It is truly a complicated formula, but the bottom line is this. Unintentionally, the federal government created an extremely cruel dynamic with the family glitch, whereas they allow for the employee to be insured by their employer, but there's no mechanism for ensuring that the coverage for the employee's family member will be affordable. And so we had a situation which we have already discussed of a couple where one member was the employee and they could not afford, when the other member of the family lost their job, to bring that person on board with the employee's insurance. And the only way to afford that was to get divorced, so the person could then qualify for the exchange. And so we absolutely have to address this. And I believe we will do that with this carryover motion.
Are there any additional comments? Representative Bleier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to agree with Representative Morris on this. I agree with the resolution. I think that's a good move. We all agree that the family glitch is an issue. Listen to testimony. This is going to create a biannual funding of about 70 million to 110 million, depending on Kate on these estimate numbers or Catherine Pelletreau. The problem I have with that is that 23 to 25% of the population will be paying for that. And if we're going to fix the family glitch, I think it should be a state issue, not just a premium on people who have insurance issue. And they're going to carry the weight, because once the family glitch is done, then this bill would then still keep those funds in a program that could be distributed in other areas, again, which will be supported by 23 to 25% of the population. So I don't agree with the funding mechanism at all. I think that, you know, we've done a lot of work this semester, carrying it forward to continue the work on it. For me, I can't support it in any way because of the funding mechanism on it, and that's why I would agree with Representative Morris that I agree with the resolution letter. I think we should have this a federal issue. I think the federal government needs to fix it, not the state.
Thank you, Representative Bleier. Are there any further comments on this plan or process? All right, so seeing none, I'm going to make two separate motions so that folks can vote for the separate motions that we have here, even though I think one is actually like a straw poll. But so I'm going to move carryover on LD 1463. Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Brooks. All right, so is there any further discussion on this motion? All right, seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Representative Quint.
Did you say my name?
Yes.
Yes.
Representative Connor. Absent. Representative Bleier.
No.
Representative Morris.
No.
Representative Matheson.
Yes.
Representative Evans.
Yes.
Representative Arford.
Yes.
Representative Malrano.
Yes.
Representative Brooks.
Yes.
Senator Stewart. Absent. Senator Brenner.
Yes.
Representative Tepler.
Yes.
Senator Sanborn.
Yes.
9 yes, 2 noes, 2 absent.
Representative Quint, go ahead.
Thank you. That was supposed to be a no. I said yes after she said yes. I'm sorry.
No problem. There's confusion. That's fine.
Thank you.
So Representative Quint wishes to be recorded as a no, Sabrina.
Got it.
Thank you.
8 yes. And 3 no.
Okay. We're not going to play games and trap people in a mistaken vote. Don't worry. That's not how we run committee. So, okay. We were all hoping you were coming along with us though, Representative Quint. So, hope springs eternal.
I have before though. I have before.
You have indeed. All right. Okay. So, with that concluded, I will move or just propose that the committee take the action of introducing, and it would be one of the chairs would introduce a joint resolution supporting or urging the federal government to resolve the family glitch either through a statutory fix or a regulatory fix. And so I think let's just do a roll call on that as well. Then the folks who are absent will get the chance to weigh in as well on that. So Representative Morris, is that okay?
Yes, I can make the motion, but I will be supporting the resolution.
Great.
So
okay. So it's a second. Yeah.
Seconded,
Perfect.
however, yep.
Yep, great. So however you've written that down, Sabrina, is fine. For the motion and the second between myself and Representative Morris. All right. I got confused as to whether I had made the motion or I don't know. It's fine. Okay, so the clerk will call the roll.
Representative Quint.
This one is a definite yes.
Got it. Representative Connor. Absent. Representative Blyer.
Yes.
Representative Morris.
Yes.
Representative Matheson.
Yes.
Representative Evans.
Yes.
Representative Arford.
Yes.
Representative Malronio.
Yes.
Representative Brooks.
Yes.
Senator Stewart. Absent. Senator Brenner.
Yes.
Representative Tepler.
Yes.
Senator Sanborn.
Yes. Okay.
Yes, two absent.
All right. So next, I'm just going to suggest that we take a very brief break, like 5 minutes, before we pick up the telehealth bill. And then we're going to have a little bit of language review at the end of the work session as well. I just need a 5-minute break if that's okay with everybody. And so we'll be back at 3:35. Okay, the committee is around. If you could just turn on your camera so we can get started. All right, so committee, we've got a few members away from their computers, it looks like. If you can hear me, if you'd come on back and let me know you're back. Great. Okay. So we will open a work session on LD 791, an act regarding telehealth regulations. This was a bill that we worked on together on Tuesday and then tabled. And I think, Colleen, trying to track all the various sort of minor technicals and major substantive suggestions and questions that we have received. I think there was one typo that was caught, so, but just one, I think, and it was just a typo. I think we agreed. Yeah, and then we had a discussion on Mike about sort of the transition between when the EO might end at some unknown time and when the rules for telehealth could be completed by all of the various boards. And I think that question is really about whether insurance coverage will sort of suddenly stop and then start again. And so my suggestion for how to resolve that concern is in this section of the bill, and I apologize, mine doesn't have page numbers. The version I'm looking at doesn't have page numbers, but in the section titled Parity for Telehealth Services in Title 24A, we would add the word "if any" to modify rules. So it would make it clear that in the absence of rules, as long as you're practicing within your scope of practice, then you're in compliance with the statute, and the insurer has to pay for or has to cover the telehealth service. So I'm just suggesting that as an amendment to the amendment for the committee. Is there any feedback on that issue? Representative Arford.
I don't have any feedback. I'm just wondering where is this in the amendment that you're placing this? I'm not quite sure where it's being placed.
Colleen, can you help navigate?
Sure. Do you want me to pull it? I can pull up the amendment.
Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah.
So I think everybody can see this subsection 2 that Senator Sanborn is talking about, and you'll see this underlined language right here that I've sort of highlighted in blue. It would add to the statute. This is the statute that relates to health insurance coverage only, but it would say that as long as the provider is acting within the scope of practice of the provider's license, in accordance with any rules adopted by the board that issued the provider's license related to standards for delivering telehealth services. And so the suggestion, as I understand what Senator Sanborn just discussed, is where it refers to any rules adopted by the board, we would insert the phrase "if any" to address the situation where there may be a gap between when the legislation becomes effective and when the rules are adopted. So the extent to which the coverage needs to be in line with rules will coincide with when those rules are adopted.
So would that be like a G, or would it be part of the other two items listed there?
It would just go right into this subsection 2 where that sentence I just highlighted is. It would be placed right there.
Okay, thank you.
Rather than saying any rules, I think it would say rules if any.
Yeah. Yep. You're right.
So it just changes that phrase slightly in the draft. to make it clear that in the absence of rules, you're good. The insurance still has to cover it. Okay. All right. So that was the first issue that I wanted to raise. The second issue that I wanted to raise relates to confidentiality. So back in March, it feels like 900 years ago, but back in March, we added a floor amendment, a sort of hastily discussed and negotiated floor amendments to LD1 that, and I'm going to drop the text of it into the chat because I just happen to have it easily cut and pastable. So it's in the chat now, and it was a section that said, in dealing with the declared state of emergency under this subsection, the governor shall ensure that medical privacy and confidentiality requirements, including but not limited to HIPAA, are followed. And subsequent to that passing, we definitely scratched our heads a little bit. I mean, we believe in medical privacy, obviously, but in the first days of the pandemic, some of the requirements of HIPAA compliance for telehealth were actually suspended by the federal government. And it wasn't clear to us, if that were to happen again, you know, what would the governor be able to do with regard to a federal law that had been suspended and she was being asked to enforce it in an emergency? And would that actually help Mainers, or would it hurt them in not being able to talk to their provider in the time of emergency? So my suggestion to resolve this issue is that we rely on the new definition of telehealth, which is in the amendment in a whole bunch of places because it applies to each board, but it contains specific language with regard to confidentiality that I think covers what we want it to cover, and ensures that confidentiality is required. So it says, and I don't know, maybe Colleen, you want to share the draft quickly again and point out the confidentiality language?
Here it is right here.
Yeah.
Everybody see that? I can highlight it maybe.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. In yellow might be better.
That's great.
What you're talking about.
So my thought here is that it makes more sense to sort of have the licensing board be the one that's sort of ensuring that folks are complying with whatever state and federal rules apply. To have the governor do it personally might be a little bit tricky. So having it in this section of the statute instead of in the emergency powers section seemed like it made more sense to me. So I'll throw that out there to folks and see what they think. Representative Quint.
Okay, so you're thinking about just taking that one telemedicine section out, but everything else is left as was put in. Okay, thank you.
Yes. Yeah, it was a list of 3 or 4 things I think that we agreed on, and the others are going to stay in. Just the one about confidentiality would come out. Representative Quint.
Thank you. Confidentiality in general or just involving telemedicine?
Well, the section says medical privacy and confidentiality. It's in the chat. That medical privacy and confidentiality requirements, including but not limited to requirements under the Federal Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act of 1996. So, and that sentence was in a list of like 3 or 4 things. And so it was just taking that one out of the list. All right, I see some puzzled faces, and so I'm happy to, we can do corner caucuses, but let's get all the issues out on the table so we can talk about them, as we need to. Representative Evans, go ahead.
Just a point, the language that your colleague just projected, it's covering confidentiality across the board. and it's consistent throughout the entire bill. So
yes, so right, so the language that Colleen highlighted would be in. I'm not proposing we strike that. That would be in, and it would be in for all the licensing boards. And I'm just suggesting we strike from the emergency powers section this sentence about medical privacy, because in an emergency, having the governor be responsible for ensuring compliance with a federal law that was suspended by the federal government seems like a confusing thing to require the governor herself to ensure compliance. I don't know. It just seems like the licensing boards should ensure compliance and not the governor. Representative Morris.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I understand what you're saying. I guess the thing I'm trying to wrap my head around is, because I did do a little quick research on this, and by no means would I consider myself an expert, but I don't think that it was suspended as much as some of the things around telehealth were relaxed, as I understood it. Mm-hmm. So I guess it's sort of how does, and obviously we can't expect the governor to necessarily, within these telehealth parameters, that certainly isn't the intent to make it harder for people to do telehealth, because it did certainly help within the last year. But I guess I'm just a little, without the administration. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Representative Morris, I guess I'm going to ask you a question, and I'm hopeful that it might help clarify this point. Is there something that you're worried about that you want the governor to enforce that isn't contained within state and federal confidentiality and privacy laws?
Okay, yes. I think there were a lot of issues, a lot of concerns among folks that had certain issues going out being required to wear masks and so forth, where there was a certain mask that was supposed to be required, and if they had the face shield or something like that, it wasn't allowed by some businesses of this. And part of the reason why they couldn't wear a mask over their face was because of a medical issue. And so there were concerns with people on that. And I know, and I understand it may not necessarily fall under HIPAA, but there were some folks that did have that concern that they were not allowed entry, or the business was required to deny people in that did not want to wear one of these types of, one of the ones that cover their full face, as opposed to wearing a shield or something else. And it may not necessarily fall under HIPAA, so that may not have been the correct language to capture it with. But I think that
it doesn't.
It doesn't. What we're trying to, again, not that I don't think people should have worn the masks because they help. They do. It's just that there were some folks that had issues with their that did have it. And I guess the reason why we put it under that way is because they did have issues with medical reasons why they couldn't wear a mask, because it restricted their breathing or whatever, and they had a medical reason for that, and they felt like they had to prove that to someone at the door when they didn't feel like they should have to enter the grocery store or something like that. And I think that was what we were trying to capture with that, was as much as possible ensuring people are able to now, again, hopefully this is a situation that's once in a lifetime with this particular virus, but
right. Okay, so I think it's the Americans with Disabilities Act, and I don't think it's about privacy. I think it's about accommodations. So I guess my concern with this is if we leave it on the books, it's not what you meant. And I actually didn't know that that's what this was supposed to be about. I thought it had to do with hospitals. I really wasn't sure what you meant. So I'm concerned about this language because it's not what you meant, and it's not the right federal law. And it's not really a privacy concern so much as an access or accommodations concern, and not having to say exactly what your disability is, which might be part of the ADA in certain circumstances. So I guess what I'm worried about is leaving language on the books that doesn't actually reference the law, the federal law that would be applicable. So I'm wondering if we, in this context, can agree to pull that out because it's not what you meant.
I would, then what about if we put, and again, and I don't want to make it too confusing of language, but maybe have it instead some way ensuring that there is ADA compliance as much as possible during a state of emergency, such as that. Do you know what do you understand what I'm trying to get at? That, in other words,
I do. I'm just, yeah. I'm just trying to figure out how. I'm trying to figure out how the governor ensures that, you know, certain federal rules are followed in a pandemic, right? Like, I mean,
well, I mean,
you know, like
perhaps
I'm confused about how we do that.
Yeah, I think perhaps it's just a matter of within any executive orders that go out, such as the one that is there, that it's clear that there have to be there still has to be exceptions made, because some of those executive orders did not make, at least whether they did make exceptions for Americans with disability, it certainly wasn't always clear what those exceptions were for people with disabilities, I think, and people with some of those disabilities. And I think it's just, again, not, it's just trying to ensure that, you know, like folks feel like, you know, if I have a breathing issue and I can't wear a mask, you know, that I'm able to, or whatever the situation might be in the future. We just, you know, again, we want to make sure that, because I did get calls and I did get concerns from folks on that issue.
So I think we could probably come up with some language here that's more aligned with what you are looking for. Something like the governor shall ensure that in any executive order, Americans with disabilities are the accommodation of Americans with disabilities are considered, or something is considered, something like that, you know, so something, you know, something to that effect, so that the clarity is there, so that the accommodations are there. And so it's a little more straightforward. That sounds like what you're asking for, and that seems more like something that's within the purview of the governor, rather than ensuring that certain laws are complied with by private entities. Representative Quint, go ahead.
I know, I'm right. That's half of it. The other part to that, when we were talking about it, was the actual right to privacy, where that went by the wayside, and the amount of messaging that I received from people concerning that. And I think that's why it was worded the way it was. It may not have been worded in the right way, but it seemed during the state of emergency, there seemed to be just instantly overnight, your right to privacy went away, your right to where you've gone and what you've done, that sort of thing went away. And so that was brought up. It wasn't just about the masking, I believe, Representative Morris, but feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, but that was part of the conversation, and I think that's why it was worded that way. So definitely about the American with Disabilities Act, but respecting personal privacy as much as possible during a pandemic, so that people are aware that we know that that's of a concern, and we're addressing that, and we really do want to support their right to privacy as much as possible.
Representative Tepler.
There we go. Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm just somewhat reviewing this language that was adopted by the whole legislature and inserting different language at this point. I understand that the language that we passed is problematic. I know that it should probably be replaced. And I certainly think that the language that we're adopting or that we are proposed to be adopting in 791 is important. But I'm just concerned about whether we can, as a process matter, whether we should be doing this now.
Okay. Colleen, you unmuted. Did you have something to add?
No, the
Okay.
only thing, no, I don't.
Representative Evans.
I think Colleen does have something to add. I think our intent was surrounding privacy and confidentiality, and we are stepping away from that with this bill. I think we should, as long as we are maintaining privacy and confidentiality, that's where our domain ends. That's my opinion.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I understand how that, what are you supporting then as our path forward here, Representative Evans?
The language that Colleen projected, where we are not specifically talking about HIPAA, but we're retaining the language that reflects on our privacy and confidentiality. I think that's where we want it to be. Anything beyond that, I think we're getting away from the intent of what we started out with.
Okay. Is there any further discussion? All right, seeing none on that topic, I will just withdraw the suggestion that we revisit that section of the statute at all. Because I thought it was related to telehealth, to be honest. So I thought it was like germane to the discussion that we were discussing, but I think it's not germane. So, I think the language of the text of the bill of LD1 could actually trip up what we're trying to accomplish here with accessing telehealth. But if you guys aren't willing to just cross that language out because it's not, you don't want to open that back up, then that's fine. I can just withdraw that suggestion. If you guys are willing to just cross that out, because I think it does, as it's drafted, create problems in the future potentially for telehealth in a pandemic. But I think we're at the place where we may not have an agreement on just crossing it out. So does that sound accurate to folks? Yeah, okay, great. So I'm going to withdraw that part of my suggestions. And Representative Arford, is that on the same topic, or are you moving on to a new topic?
Nope. I've been just sitting here listening and trying to draw a connection, because I've been listening to yourself and to Josh and to other people. And I'm thinking, if we think it's advisable to strike this language out of section C-137, there is somewhat of a connection between the mask situation, which is, as Josh presented, a health issue, and that it was very challenging for people to connect with their healthcare providers during the pandemic, during the emergency, to meet with them, to discuss in whatever way they might need to, the whole issue of why they were medically not able to wear a mask. And some of that had to do with confidentiality. So by striking this indirectly, we might actually be able to get at the next time if unfortunately, if we're ever to unfortunately find ourselves, in another state of emergency, that it might be useful to strike this. in relationship to the mask issue. I mean, there's a little bit of a
Yeah, I
connection.
don't think we're gonna have unanimity on that. And I don't necessarily want to create a division within this report based on an issue that's not related to telehealth. So that's why I have withdrawn the suggestion. Because I don't want to divide this report over something that's not related to telehealth. I thought it was, so that's why we've gone down this strange little rabbit hole, and I apologize for not understanding what the intention of the language was. Representative Tepler, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to ask Colleen if in adopting this language in the telehealth bill that was shown on the piece, are we creating a conflict in state law?
I don't think we are, because the 37B language really only applies in the narrow situation of when there is an emergency, a public health emergency. So I don't think that it's going to be a continuing conflict if there is one. And I think that there are ways that that can be addressed. So I think if the committee is comfortable leaving it, I think it's not a explicit conflict as I see it.
Great. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. So I understand that I think those are all the issues that I had talked about changing in the draft. Colleen, do you remember any others that I'm forgetting that I had raised? Because there's one I know that Poppy wants to raise, or Representative Arford, excuse me, wants to raise. But before we turn to that, have I forgotten anything?
No, I think that's it. I think you've addressed, those are the ones that I think you wanted to raise. I think you've eliminated some others, but yeah.
Okay. Representative Arford, I understand that you have some concerns about the telephonic piece. And so I will have you go ahead.
Thank you. And this is just a continuation of the concerns and the issues that I've been discussing since we first addressed this legislation. And what it boils down to is that prior to the pandemic, virtual medicine, which we experienced through our video screen and a telephone, was almost novel. Most of us had not yet experienced it in a sense where it was a covered service by our insurance and we were billed for it. And then the pandemic happened. And of course, it really saved the day. The ability to experience healthcare virtually is what allowed us to get through, many of us to get through the pandemic intact with our health on board. I know I experienced, many of us have discussed how we had experiences with this. And now as we head out of it, we are doing our very best to bring what was good about telehealth forward. And I absolutely and fully support that. What I would like to see though, is us to slow down just a little bit and not open everything up all at once. We've already opened up though, video telehealth services. They were available before the pandemic. What's absolutely new at this point is the audio only telehealth services. And so those are the services that I would like to see us legislatively put a few guardrails around at this time. In the future, we can amend it as we learn more about how the public views these services. We have literally received absolutely no direct testimony from members of the public or patients as to how they view or what their experience was with audio only telehealth services. I have requested surveys from the carriers, and we did receive the summary of one survey done by Northern Light, which is very much appreciated. And it basically said that there was a 50, I don't know if we want to bring that up and show it, but everybody on the committee received this, and it was what it was. It said basically that 59% of the people who received telehealth services, with absolutely no breakdown as to whether or not they were audio only or video, thought it was a positive experience. And that to me is not compelling. But again, we have received no direct testimony from the public on this. So all I'm asking at this point is simply that we put a few guardrails around, and still that we then turn to all the boards and allow the boards and ask the boards to do all the rulemaking. But the guardrails that I would like to see included in the definition of telehealth at this time, as it relates to audio only telehealth, is simply this, is that we include basically that telehealth include the use of telephone services, audio only services, when the patient has an established relationship with a provider delivering the service, including at least one inpatient visit with this provider within the previous 12 months. And in addition to that, that providers must notify in the way that's most convenient to them, must notify patients prior to delivery of care that audio only telehealth is now a billable service. So basically, those are the components, the criteria that I would like seen added to the definition of telehealth in LD 791 going forward. And again, recognizing that as we gain more experience, as the public gains more experience with these services, we may well want to amend this, expand on it, and change it. But I don't think we have to do everything right now.
Senator Brenner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just need to say that I won't be able to support this amendment. I feel strongly that it's about access, and there's this concept in the broadband conversation around digital equity and digital inclusion. And if we limit our Maine residents to not being able to receive services by telephone when they don't have the ability to have a digital connection, either because the lines don't go to their house or because they don't own the equipment that is up to date enough or is hooked into a service that has a fast enough connection for them to be able to communicate digitally, we're really putting them at a disadvantage. And I don't think that the legislature should be limiting healthcare access. I think we should be expanding it as much as possible. And so for me, I feel like this is a conversation where the client makes the appointment with the provider. If they've never met before in person, but they can't make a digital connection, they should not be excluded from services by telephone when that's the best and highest way that they can receive telehealth services. So with all due respect, Representative Arford, I'm sorry, but I can't go along with your amendment.
Representative Morris.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate what Representative Arford is saying, that we're looking for safety within the health, within this, ensuring that there's some relationship there. However, the other key part of this bill is allowing folks from people that are from another part of the country that may not be based here, because we may not have that specialty in Maine to be able to communicate with our patients. And in turn, hopefully anybody that we have in Maine would be able to communicate with people outside if they have a specialty. So I think that's part of what this is, and it's about helping those patients. And particularly the thing that you know would concern me with at least the piece around having to have had an in-person visit is the situation that I believe it was in Representative Libby's bill, one of the bills she presented, that she brought up, of somebody that went to their local ER in Auburn, or in somewhere in Maine. I think it would have been Lewiston, and had the X-ray taken there, and then it was sent to a doctor out of state to look at that image. And I'm not sure if we were to adopt that language, if that particular situation would be able to happen. And I would just be concerned about that, because there are certain specialties we've had a hard time getting into Maine. And if people can have that access through telehealth in some way, I would worry that if we required an in-person visit, it might potentially limit those opportunities for people, because I think at the end of the day, and I believe that the parameters are already in this bill, that we're allowing the individual boards to set the parameters. And I think I think that will be good enough. And I think honestly, we might be back at some point discussing this, because I actually would have concerns the other way, that they would be more concerned about trying to protect doctors in Maine and those services. But I think this is a good starting point to go with, and then we can potentially look in the future about whether we would want to expand or look at the way some of these boards did their rules. So I think that this is a good first step, is my opinion.
Representative Quinn.
Thank you. Okay, so I was, during the original hearing work session, I was on the phone, and so I got bits and pieces of it. So just to know where I'm coming from with that. But I absolutely understand where Senator Brenner is coming from, and also Representative Morse. My concern, and maybe anyone that's listening to this, if you can help me with this problem that I'm having, where I'm in agreement with Representative Barford is up where I live. A lot of people do have problem with the internet, thus my being in Augusta since January. And so if we have someone who is only doing these appointments on the phone, so much can get missed because they're not seen by someone. And I understand the different specialties will be weighing in on this, but what I'm concerned with is some sort of a guardrail where you have a primary physician or someone that you're seeing for your basic care, they need to actually see you. And I'll bring up again the instance I'm talking about where someone called, they were put through for mental health evaluation for anxiety, and they had a heart attack. These are two completely different things, whereas if they had actually been seen by a person, vital signs were taken, that would have actually shown up, obviously. And so that's where I have concerns. And if anybody can help me understand and prevent that, that's where I'm just really hung up on this telehealth information. I mean, I'm in major support of telehealth. It's not that I don't support it, but this is very concerning to me because this is something in my area that I see being a huge problem.
Thank you, Representative Quinn. Representative Tepler, before I call on you, I'm just going to ask if there's any members of the committee who want to try and respond to Representative Quinn's question. Oh, Representative Tepler wants to respond. So Representative Tepler, go ahead. I just wanted to stay on that thread before we changed threads. You're on mute. You're still on mute.
I'm sorry. I think that to some extent what I have to say addresses Representative Quinn's concerns. There may need to be more conversation about it, but I want to point out that every time Ann Head comes before us, she emphasizes that the purpose of licensure, the whole purpose of the existence of her department is public safety. And we're talking about turning a task over to the licensure boards whose first task is public safety. And I believe, I have to strongly believe that the rules that they draw up around telehealth will be first and foremost about public safety. So I think that, you know, that covers a lot of the concerns that Representative Quint and Representative Arford have about patient safety. I've got to believe that the rules the boards draw up will be about patient safety primarily, and they will be focused on each specialty in terms of how that patient safety is viewed. And I imagine situations, if we were to adopt the amendment suggested, where someone, for example, is changing psychiatric providers because their psychiatrist is retiring or whatever reason, they're changing psychiatric providers, their medication is checked and provided by their psychiatrist, but they need a refill. Are they going to have to actually see that psychiatrist in person in order to get a refill of their psychiatric medication because they've never seen that provider before? Or will the notes from the previous provider be adequate? If we put this law into place that's being suggested, this amendment, that person will not be able to just have a refill of their medication. Thank you.
Representative Quint, do you want to? Representative Morris had his hand up first, I think. So let's go there first. I'm just trying to figure out how to stay on the same topic and not get distracted, but I think we're on the same topic. So go ahead, Representative Morris.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And I just wanted to agree with what Representative Tepler said. And the name she brought up, I think, Ann Head is probably, if not the most, probably the most respected commissioner in the governor's cabinet. Someone I know I have a lot of confidence in because I do think she's very even-handed and does take all of that into consideration. Patient safety as well as access. I think she's interested in all of it. There's a reason she has been appointed by the last 3 governors. I have full confidence in her ability to tackle this and handle this. And she has also not been shy when she, if there is an issue, raising it to us as well. So I have, that is a very good point. I thank Representative Tepler for making that point.
Representative Quint, I think, was next on her hand. Go ahead.
And I absolutely agree with Representative Tepler. And that's why I've been so conflicted in this, because I know as a nurse, sometimes you just need a one-time specialist. And it's like how to go, making sure that that person is being seen, but also leaving it wide open so they can go see that. So, I mean, I get where everybody's coming from. And so, and Representative Arford, you know, you can hear me say this. If there's just some way that when it's going forward and being sent to specific areas, that whatever department is in charge of dealing with that primary medication or primary doctor, making sure that there is some sort of contact, because people will fall through the cracks, especially our older folks. I just know because there's been several instances where they've said that a doctor has called them on the phone and they couldn't hear well, they couldn't get anything from it. And so you asked them how their visit was, and they literally said, well, you know, they don't even know how their visit went. And that actually counted as a doctor's appointment for them. And that's sort of what my concern is. That's the part that I'm not hearing this. And I know it's a small part, and it's such a broad bill. And I think that that's why it's a broad bill, and it needs to be, because it's such a huge thing. But there is no parameter for this specific thing that is really a problem for me. And part 2 of that was just the notification. I understand what Representative Arford is talking about. And what I was thinking is just the providers sending something each year, how their provisions are updated, like what's included in that, is just letting them know in writing that these sorts of things will be billed as a regular appointment, because that is something that a couple of older neighbors that I have did not realize that, and they did receive a bill for a time, and they thought it was just like their normal call when they had a question about you know, a lab result or something like that. So that's where I'm coming from with both of these issues, if that helps the rest of the board or committee here and know what my concerns are.
Representative Arford.
Yeah, I really appreciate all the thoughts that people have shared. And I understand that this motion that the bill as originally written is very likely and going to go forward. And that actually was my expectation. It's just, I do not see, because of the lack of input that we have had from any member of the public, direct input, that people are planning on jumping on their phones and choosing that as their preferred means of having healthcare delivered to them. Of course, there will be instances where it will be necessary and needed and wanted and appropriate, no question about it. But I really see that starting out, video telehealth will be the go-to service, and that will be greatly expanded upon. And that's wonderful. My amendment does not touch video telehealth services. I want to make that clear. So, you know, I think that there's a real commitment amongst our committee to preserving the integrity of audio telehealth going forward. And I honestly do not think that the amendment that I would, or at least what I would like to add to this legislation in any way compromises that, because this is starting out a brand new service. And everybody, it's going to take time for people to figure out how to use it appropriately and safely and in a way that people would like to have it delivered to them. If we had received 100 pieces, even 10 pieces of testimony from the public saying, I love my audio telehealth that I had during the pandemic. It was the most wonderful thing in the entire world. You have got to preserve that in every way possible for me. I wouldn't be saying what I'm saying right now. But I am not convinced that the public wants us to open the gate as fully to audio telehealth right now as they do to video telehealth. And I very much respect that at this point, there's very little agreement on that, but that is how I see it.
Yep. Okay. I will just say that as Representative Arford pointed out, her amendment does nothing related to video telehealth. And Representative Quint, I heard a lot of your concerns related to sort of in-person versus not in person. And so I'm actually concerned that the amendment that Representative Arford is proposing might actually hurt your constituents more than mine and more than hers, because your constituents, if they do need telehealth, may have to do it on the phone and may not be able to if Representative Arford's provisions were to go through. And so my constituents probably could, because I have good broadband here at my house, and so do most of my constituents, but yours wouldn't be able to access telehealth unless they'd already seen the provider previously. So I just wanted to point that out. I do think we're getting close to just having a vote here. Representative Quint.
Yeah, I understand completely what you're saying. My concern was just that everything would be on the telephone, and I think that's where Representative Arford is coming from as well. As far as the amendment, I do see, given the way the amendment is written, how that would be a problem though for the one-time person, and that would not be a workable situation, which is why I'm hoping that there is some way to make sure that they're listening in for the different to be able to address that concern, that we will have people that will never be seen in person if they're allowed to only do telehealth or the actual, telephonic. So thank you.
Representative Arford.
Again, I'm all ears. I said this in our work session. I'm all ears to any thoughts. This is my thoughts on this issue. If anybody has any thoughts they'd like to share of how an amendment, even if it's just my amendment, even if it's just a minority report, how that could be better, because I am going to go forward with a minority report. And I hope that if any of you would like to participate in that, that would be absolutely excellent. If not, but if anybody has a thought right now, Representative Quint, if there's any way that you would like this change so that you would be comfortable with it, more comfortable with it, I would love to hear that, or anybody else at this point.
Representative Quint, go ahead.
Thank you. You know where I stand with this, Representative Arford. I'm in total agreement with you on this. The wording will not work though. I totally see where Representative Tepler was coming from with this. So I'm not sure that it's feasible with the wording that it has right now, because it would kick off many things, and that's what we were discussing earlier where I had some concerns. So I haven't with this, but there's really no specific amendment that would be able to address every concern, because it's such broad parameters is what there is. I get that. But I'm once again hoping that whoever is taking into account this information is really hearing how strongly I'm saying this, because I actually have applications where this has already been a problem before it's even been completely allowed. And so I do have concerns with that. So I don't know, Representative, too, but with the way that it's written, it won't work. So I'm sorry about that.
Okay. So I do want to address, there's one person in the attendee room with his hand up, and I wanted to, I think his hand went up because I have not addressed a proposed amendment that was circulated by a company called Air Visits. And it would limit insurance providers from having to reimburse any provider that didn't have an emergency plan, an emergency services coordination agreement in place, an active emergency plan in place, or without coordination of patient emergencies appropriate to the situation. And it has quite a lengthy description of what emergency response is required in telehealth. We did hear one piece of testimony on this topic during our telehealth day, but it's not a topic like EMS response and like what you do in emergency and a telehealth visit wasn't part of any of the bills. And so it kind of wasn't within the scope of our discussion, like our EMS folks weren't on the call that day. I do think that the question of how we deal with emergencies that might arise in a telehealth situation is potentially something that could be the subject of a bill in the future, but I felt like it wasn't really put on the table. So when this amendment came through, I thought, I think that's outside the scope of our public hearing. And I would encourage us to either leave it to the licensing board or take it up in a separate statute in the future. How does the rest of the committee feel about that? Everybody good with that? Okay. All right. So I think at this point, we have discussed all of the issues that I'm aware of that we wanted to get on the table today. So I'm going to go ahead and move ought to pass as amended on 791. And Representative Morris, is that a second?
Yes.
Great. Did you want to comment as well, Representative Morris? No, just a second. Okay, great. So it's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Representative Matheson, go ahead. Yeah.
Sorry, I had to pop off for something.
Nope.
So I just wanted to clarify, what is the motion?
Colleen?
I believe Senator Sanborn is moving her amendment that was shared on Tuesday with one additional clarification that we talked about with regard to the rulemaking, to take into account that the rules of the licensing boards would apply when they're in existence. So we would add if any rules are. That's my understanding of the motion.
Yeah, I don't think there were any other changes other than that typo that we caught.
I don't believe. Oh yeah, and
anything else? Okay. So seeing nothing else, the clerk will call the roll.
Representative Quint.
Yes.
Representative Connor. Absent. Representative Blyer.
Yes.
Representative Morris.
Yes.
Representative Matheson.
So I'm clarifying, this is ought to pass, right? Thank you.
Ought to pass as amended.
Yes.
Representative Evans.
Yes.
Representative Arford.
No.
Representative Malrano.
Yes.
Representative Brooks,
Yes.
Senator Stewart, absent. Senator Brenner,
Yes.
Representative Tepler,
Yes.
Senator Sanborn.
Yes. Is
10
there,
yes,
oh,
one
go
no,
ahead.
two
Go ahead, Sabrina.
I would say 10 yes, 1 no, 2 absent. And then
Okay, and then a minority report?
Yeah, so it would be an ought not to pass, what would be it? It would be an ought to pass as amended B, or how would that be stated?
Yep.
That's it.
Not pass
And
as amended with just your additional change that you
Right.
talked about. Yes.
And do you want me to state it again, or I could send the language over to Colleen, but
As
basically,
long as Colleen knows what it is, that's all that's required.
So Representative Barford, it would otherwise be the same as the majority report with just the addition to that change to the definition of telehealth that you outlined.
audio only telehealth.
Only.
I really want to
Perfect.
stress that to make sure that that's completely about an established relationship, visit within 18 months, and that the providers must notify in some
Notify.
way that the
Okay.
delivery of care is a billable service, the audio only.
Yep, I've got it. Thank you.
Okay. Colleen, I just wanted to double check. I forgot to ask. There were 2 licensing boards that someone asked if they were included in the draft. They were, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, great. It's a big
I
old
did confirm that.
repetitious bill.
Right.
But thank you. I wanted to make sure all of the boards that were supposed to be included got included. Perfect. Okay, great. Good work, everybody. That was a big nut for us to crack this session. So great teamwork on it. I really do think it's good work, good effort. Okay, so we do have some language review, and I think we have time to do that. So let's get that done.
Great. I have just three really quickly that we can do. This first one is the minority report on LD 1063. This was the bill to allow a qualifying religious organization to self-insure for automobile insurance. The majority report is ought not to pass. The minority report was just straight ought to pass. I just wanted to share that there's no fiscal note needed. So that will just be reported out with the ought to pass and ought to pass report. I think that's good. Just jump in because I can't see everybody if people are raising a hand. The next one is LD 26. This was a unanimous report. This was Senator Brenner's bill, I believe, that she sponsored on behalf of the Board of Dental Practice. This language in the amendment you saw at the public hearing and the work session, clarifying that the language of the bill is not intended to restrict the existing practice of oral surgeons, but you hadn't yet seen the fiscal information, and that is here. Minor costs to the board can be absorbed within their existing budget. And then the last one is another bill from the Board of Dental Practice. I think Representative Matheson sponsored this one. This has to do with changes related to the definition of supervision for dental hygienists and teledentistry. This amendment just clarifies and puts back in provisions of the statute that, or provisions of the bill that were inadvertently included. So they wanted to take those out of the, make those changes in the bill to clarify that the existing authority. You saw this amendment when you had the vote on the bill, but not the fiscal. And there's, again, minor costs to the Board of Dental Practice can be absorbed within their existing budget. So these are ready to be finally processed and reported out. And that's all
Thank you,
that I
Colleen.
have today. Sure. Should have more
All
next
right,
week.
wonderful. Any other announcements or comments from the committee? All right, we have finished this week's work other than the chairs and Colleen figuring out what the schedule is for next week. So we're going to do that now. And we'll let you guys know how we're going to finish the rest of our work. Representative Blyer.
Just a curiosity, are we Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday next week, you thinking? Just curious.
Yeah, that's sort of my intention, although I may want to be in the Judiciary Committee on Wednesday, because we have the Supreme Judicial Court nomination is on Wednesday. So I think it's Wednesday, and it might be Tuesday. So I need to look at that now that I've said it out loud. But we're going to be putting that calendar together this afternoon. But that would be my anticipation, is that it would be our normal meeting days, and if we don't need them all, we won't use them all. But I suspect we might need them all. We've got quite a number of bills left to work. I think we've heard all the bills and that we're planning to hear this session. Is that right, Colleen? I hope so.
I think there might be one, but I'm not sure. There could be a plan for that one, but other
Yeah.
than that,
Okay.
good.
Okay. Representative Matheson.
Just a real quick question about work sessions. Do we have just a basic idea of how many we still have pending? Chair?
I'll let you know in an hour. I don't know right now. Maybe Colleen knows. Colleen, do you know how many work sessions we have not scheduled?
Oh yeah, I had it. I can pull it up. It's less than 20. Let me see. I just had a list for that I was going to share with the chairs.
We've done 20 in a day, so.
I know there's five bills the committee hasn't had a public hearing or work session on. And there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 8. And there's like 14 that the committee hasn't had work sessions on, or has had prior work sessions and hasn't voted. So not too bad, actually, considering you have, all next week to figure that out. I think we're in good shape.
Yep. Reasonably good shape. Okay, great. We will see everybody next week, and stay tuned to your email for what the plan is. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks.
Bye. Colleen, will you send us a link?
Yeah, I'll do that right now.